Morning, everybody. Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Team USA Trials here on Bold TV. Just getting started with round 4 in the men's division, bowling on the Atlanta pattern, 38 feet today. Featured pairs for this first game. We've got Dylan Burns, Josh Taylor, Tyler Vostry, Matt Farber, and Derek Acuff on 53 and 54. And on 51 and 52, we've got Tyler Carroll, Jesse Bauer, Riley Dempsey, Nicholas Scott, Thomas Hager. We are joined bright and early this morning, a real treat. We've got Del Ballard.
A real treat.
A real
like
treat,
that.
Yeah. How about that? I'm not used to having a guest so early in the morning.
I'm not used to being a guest so early in the morning. Trust me.
So what's going on today with this Atlanta pattern? What do you expect?
Well, I just bowled on this pattern a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago, I guess, at the over-under 40 tournament, the Showplace Lanes in Euless.
You were the under 40, right?
I led the over 40.
Oh, okay.
So there. Yeah, I led all the geezers with only like 140 over. But, scoring pace really wasn't that high. And really, I love this pattern because you don't have to strike every ball to keep up. And you find your shot, you just maximize it when you get it. And it's a perfect grind shot for me. But ball speed's going to be critical, and ball motion is going to be critical. Because you get a ball that skid flips, you'll read hook it like 5, 6, 7. But then you eliminate all your left. You get a ball that's too much ball speed. If you use too much ball speed, then you don't read the hook. So you kind of got to get it somewhere between breakpoint 6, 7, 8. Some guys will be able to get it to 5, but if you try to get it to 5 every time, you'll miss the head pin. So you kind of got to keep it in that little zone of 6, 7, 8 down the lane.
We already see Matt Farber here with the big split.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of splits that those are not the kind of splits you want to see in the first game, I don't think.
Because I'm telling you, it's very possible on this. Even though it's a 38-foot pattern and it's the second shortest pattern, it doesn't play like a true, real short pattern. And because when we bowled on it, there was a little less volume on it, like 5 or 6 mils less than what's out here. So it tells me that they'll have a little bit more push to get it to the spot. But if you, yeah, see, that's just way too much ball speed. That shot right there was just way too much ball speed. But everybody has it in their head that it's a short pattern, so they're geared up to throw it really, really, really hard. Then it doesn't read the lane.
So it may be a short pattern in terms of distance, but not necessarily in terms of volume. And
correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can't just look at distance when you're looking at patterns, I would guess, right?
Sometimes you can, but you can't have a mindset that has blinders on. You have to say, well, how's he getting his ball to hook at 5, 6, 7? Why? Because he's probably throwing a little bit slower than you are.
Yeah.
So, but a lot of times, that was my key yesterday with some of the players that I helped. It wasn't about what ball to throw. It was more about how you threw it. Because when you're playing hold, like you do on a long pattern, ball sometimes doesn't dictate what you do. It's ball shape and how you're trying to throw it, like Marshall Kent. He was throwing a ball with 500 grit on it. He said, all I do is leave ringing 10s and solid 9s, and then I flat 10. I just can't get it. My ball reaction is terrible. I said, ball reaction is not bad. Let's slow down, play the oil, and all your balls are going to roll the same. And he said, huh? He shot 270 the third game, I think, and I made him go back to the ball that reacted so poorly. I made him throw it on the field ball, and it went flush. I said, is it the ball or is it the way you were throwing it? Okay, I see that now. Because it's just, you can't get into a closed mindset of this way I have to attack them. You have to still keep your mind open and see what's going on.
Do you feel like this is such a young field and you work with some young bowlers here? Do you feel like you're kind of having some teaching moments with some of these players on some of these patterns?
I think after watching Marshall Kent bowl yesterday, that guy, he could be a top 10 or 12 player right now. That kid can bowl. And he just needs a little experience. I'm telling you what, that guy is going to be a superstar. He's got a great swing, great touch at the bottom. He can do a lot of different things. And he's going to be a superstar. Really impressed with his game. He's still, 18, 19, and has a little bit of the, young attitude that I had when I was a kid. But other than that, I think he's going to be a superstar.
Yeah, I think that there's a
Nice
lot
and easy.
of. Yep.
Yep.
I think that there's a lot of young talent out here, and
Oh, yeah.
a lot of physical talent for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of these youngsters, the one thing that might be holding them back, mental game, and being able to stay in the moment and focus on what's important, and getting distracted by
Yes.
point systems, this, that. You just got to go out and let your bowling do the talking.
But
it's
you can't,
that
you
simple.
can't tell a 19 or 17 or
it's hard.
16-year-old kid. I worked with Cameron Doyle yesterday a little bit. He was doing the exact right thing, just playing the hole. And he was like, how long is this ball going to last? When should I change balls? I said, when your ball tells you to. Don't make it more complicated than it is. When your ball said, oh my gosh, the ball checked at my feet. Oh, okay. Now let's change balls. Just don't get wrapped up in 3 frames from now all the time.
Somebody asks in the chat, we saw Rhino on the featured pair yesterday, and
yeah.
he was standing in front of the ball return playing as deep as I've ever seen a left-hander play. What did you think about that?
We had a strategy. That was one of our strategies because Jason Couch won 2 tournament champions doing the same exact thing. Why? Because it's an extremely long pattern, and the right-handers, there's so many right-handers using surface, trying to play between 15 and 25. And guess what they do? They actually create a hook spot for the left-handers. So if you can get inside of that, you can actually have a little bit of wet-dry right there. They're actually creating a little bit of hook to the left, and you have oil to the right, because the righties are actually playing deep. So that was one of our strategies, just to try it out, because he said he didn't have anything on the long anyway. So he did it in practice session, and he said, you know what, it worked. It didn't look so good yesterday, but I'm telling you, if the righties start way in like that, Couch used to bomb them. That's why he's obviously going into the Hall of Fame. I mean, he could do some things that a lot of players can't do. And playing the 6th arrow, 5th, 6th arrow was one of them. He was great at it.
Well, that explains why we saw Rhino playing so deep yesterday. We were kind of wondering about that, and Dandra was up here with me. And
he had early hook. If he tried to play anywhere where the other lefties are playing, between, say, 8 on the left, which would be 32 on, like if you're right-handed, it's a 20, his ball hooked early, so he didn't have any head oil, so he moved into where he had head oil. So yes, that's always an extra thing to try whenever if you're left-handed on long.
You can find the live scoring and the stats all on bowl.com. You can also find the link on our Twitter at USBC if you want to check out the live scoring. I'm going to call that up and see if that is working first thing this morning.
I saw my boy JJ down there throwing a Stingray, his sanded pink ball.
Yeah, he loves that ball, I think.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, for this game, this today, right?
Yep.
Wow. It's interesting. And you can, I guess if you're somebody like John Janowitz and you can, hit your target precisely, then you can probably do something like that, right?
By far the most underrated amateur player out there.
Oh,
that's why he's been
agree.
on Team USA so many times.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why he got picked to bowl the PABCON championships last year. He's a very talented player, a very smart guy.
Yes, he is.
One of the smartest guys. And
yes, he is.
From a lane aspect of patterns, he doesn't get much smarter than John Janowitz from a technical standpoint.
You just don't.
And he loves cookies. You know that?
What's that?
He loves cookies and cupcakes and sweets, and yet he
he's
weighs.
built like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yet he doesn't weigh very much, and he hits the gym all the time, so he can afford to have all those things.
He works out.
Yes, he does. And that's probably another important aspect of his success as well.
Marshall Kent, let's see what he's got down there.
Where's he starting
strike,
today?
Spare, strike.
Yeah.
Good.
So you think that this is going to be a pretty moderate scoring pattern?
Yes. It could be probably
if they open up right, it could be okay.
But the thing is, they change really quick in this building. They transition really quick, and it could be like a 2 or 3 game sprint, and then you grind the other 2 or 3 games. But I don't know how many of these kids have the mentality to use the word grind. And that's the interesting thing I want to see is how they handle it mentally, having to grind. because some of these kids have the mentality it's 250 or bust.
Yeah.
And this pattern, when I bowled on it, you couldn't think like that.
And in this format, the scoring pace is really relative. You can't go out there trying to shoot 250 if everybody else is shooting 200. You
Correct.
have to keep it in perspective,
because
not
if
press.
you shoot 160, 150,
yeah,
you lose way too many pins to these guys.
Well, we're just underway with the first game here for the fourth round. And you can follow along on the live scoring. We're on 51 and 52,
Right
53 and 54. Tyler Vostri, he's a past junior Team USA member. Up here on lane 53. Double spare to start for him. I would guess he might bowl okay on this pattern.
Yeah. I just think that if you can trap it right there, you don't have to throw it to the right because your ball's not changing too much direction, so you can kind of keep it up in front of you, and they're playable right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would guess that Tyler would bowl good on this pattern. I think that he's a shot maker, and he'll bowl well on this. This sounds like it's going to be kind of a shot maker's pattern today.
I think so.
We'll see.
It takes about a game and a half for it to settle down, and when that happens, I think you can hit them for 2 or 3 games, but then see what happens. See, because you're always at the mercy of the field. Always at the mercy of the field after game 3. They break them down right, you'll be fine. They don't move too far left too quick, they'll be just fine.
Do you, in addition to dealing with lane play for these players and helping them get matched up on a pattern, do you also try to help them from a mental game standpoint and keep them in the right place?
That's really what I did with Marshall Kent yesterday. 3 times I told him in 2 frames, slow your brain down. Slow your brain down. I don't care if you left ring 10s and solid 9s. What does that tell you? Because his brain was spinning so fast he wasn't paying attention on why he was leaving ring 10s and solid 9s. Ball's going 3 feet too long. So, and too sharp. And he says, but I have 500 on my ball. I said, then you're having to throw it too hard. Yeah. And it's going 3 to 4 feet too long and being too snappy. I said, pay attention here. Let's slow down, use the ball a little less surface. Use your ball speed to get it to read. The softer speed to get it to read instead of having to throw it down the lane. And it worked. Bowled great the last 4.
Good morning to everybody who's in the chat. If you have got a question for Dell Ballard, feel free to post it in there. Dell, also known as the husband of Carolyn Dorn Ballard.
Wow. Wow. At least you didn't say wife. I would rather be known as the father of Alyssa Ballard.
That's true. She's a little character, huh?
Yes.
She's going to end up being a lot like her mom and dad, I think. A lot like her mom.
She definitely has a lot of mom in her.
She's got a little bit of diva in her, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is she bowling?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? You think she'll take up bowling competitively?
She wants
Too early to tell?
We're trying to push her more into golf and tennis.
Yeah.
Only because we know she's going to bowl.
Yeah.
We just want her to, she's in gymnastics right now, but she doesn't really care for it a whole lot. So, to me, I want her exposed to more than just bowling.
Yeah.
I want her to have another sideline, as I call it, than just bowling. Because she's always going to have that.
Eric Acuff is off to a good start, front 4 for the lefty in front of us here. So that's. I wonder if
around 10.
He's a little left of that. It looked like.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to see on his next shot. I wonder if it's going to be a good day for the lefties today. I see the lefties off to the right.
I think it will be a better day today than it has been.
See if Tyler
it'll be a better day today than it has been.
See, Tyler got that one a little right.
Yeah.
And it didn't come back.
But it's a 2-4.
Yeah.
You know what? That's.
Take that.
Yes, exactly.
It's always a little quiet in the chat
it's
on a Sunday morning.
Dude.
Exactly. Everybody's at church or sleeping or
they're watching football.
Waiting for the football games to start. Lori Acuff says it's Derek's birthday today. So it's Derek Acuff's birthday. So
Derek
hopefully he's got the front four now. Maybe he'll give himself a birthday present.
Here we go.
Be nice to see, wouldn't it?
That's the lefty I thought you were talking about.
Kyle Anderson?
Yeah.
Yeah, off to our right.
That's the spot I like, right there. 12-7, 12-8.
Not trying to do too much with it. Just kind of
don't try to make it
there.
Exactly. Right there. Left is kind of up 10, and so the right is too. But what's weird, or not what's weird, but what's going to happen is as the righties move in, the lefties will actually move left. Because as the righties transition inside, it messes with the lefties will be able to move in a little bit the first game or two, but as the righties migrate left into 20, the lefties will actually end up chasing it farther left.
Never got the count on the lefties in the field, but it seems like there's quite a few.
Yes, there is. And if you notice, none of them are that high up.
Scott Norton might be the highest. I haven't really looked at the
think
standings,
so.
but he's doing all right.
Rhino's actually bowled pretty well, just hadn't been able to strike a whole lot. A lot of ringing sevens. But he struggles in this building.
Yeah.
He struggles here.
Well, I'm sure Rhino will. This is probably, if nothing else, great practice. You know, if you're already kind of down in the point standings and these last couple of days, I mean.
Yeah, I don't think practice is in his vocabulary right this second.
Probably he's. I imagine he's a little frustrated.
Oh, yes.
You know,
we talked about it last night after he got done.
Yeah.
He said, I've got May till July to work on what I want to fix. Because he sees what Scott Norton does with the twirl, twirl and loft, and
he wants to try to get some of that, huh?
He doesn't
nice
do
split
that.
Conversion there from Matt Farmer.
Because why? Well, one reason is he's got arms, his legs as short like I do.
Yeah.
You know, so it's kind of hard to create the same thing when the guy's 6 foot tall and body type. You know.
Someone asking in the chat, what balls do you recommend for this kind of pattern? What are some of the Storm and Roto guys throwing?
I like disturbed, low RG, not a whole lot of flare, just something that kind of arcs, not a whole lot of
I hear you
change
mention
directions.
that ball a lot on these sport patterns for some reason.
Yes.
Is it a good a good benchmark ball for sport patterns?
Yeah. I like the Black IQ Tour on this. If you can get it rolling a little bit forward and it doesn't change directions too quick off the spot, I love the Black IQ Tour, and I like the disturbed. I like the IQ, the original IQ, because it doesn't change a whole lot of directions down the lane. It just blends it out front to back, side to side, and that's really what you need on this on the fresh.
See what Derek does here. See where he's playing. He's playing up 10. A little up to 10.
Yeah.
They pulled that one, huh?
About 11 to 8, 11 to 9.
But that one went Brooklyn, so I wonder if he missed a little right on that shot. Still carried, so he's got front 5. Because I thought he was a little bit further right, or a little bit further left than that when he struck. We'll see on his next one. But hey, when you get those Brooklyns to carry on a sport pattern like this, you got to take advantage of it.
Marshall can't strike spare double split.
Barber crosses over.
I thought it was a split. It was a 310. I'm already seeing the left side transition. Finally.
Are you?
Yes. Your guy went Brooklyn last time. This guy here was bowling good. 4-bagger, split, or split
Wesley
Brooklyn.
Lowe off to the right.
Yep. So I'm seeing him pick up a little bit on the left.
There's a question here in the chat for you, Dell. His name is John. He says he's bowled on all these Team USA patterns. Do you feel the pattern length minus 31 formula for lining up is the way to go on each of these individual patterns?
I think it is a great starting point. A great starting point. Yes, I do. I love the minus because that puts it about 7, and I think that's where the break point needs to be here. You don't want to get it to 4 or 5 because, A, if you're throwing it to 5, it doesn't hook. And if your break point's more, like I said before, 6, 7, 8, somewhere around there, I think it's a really good spot. Yeah, see, lefty has already broke one again through the face.
Oh, did it? Yeah, we missed it on on camera, but he left the split.
I see the left side already starting to pick up too quick. But yes, I like the minus 31.
I heard one of the lefties this morning complaining, well, not complaining, but that he had 3 lefties on his pair again. And I'm like, oh, really? Welcome to the world of right-handers. Your lane might break down a little bit today.
I'm going to make a comment about that.
Oh, boy. I've opened up Pandora's box.
Because I'm president of the IHL.
Which is the I Hate Lefties.
Well, yeah, I'm not a hockey fan, let's just say. Here's the thing. They don't want to cross with anybody when the shot's easy.
Yeah.
But yet they want to cross with lefties when the shot's tough.
Because they need help to break it down. Some of them. Not all. Some of them.
No, but you're right. They need the lane to transition so that they can develop like what the right side does. But here's the thing. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
And that's
right.
I mean, I'd love to only bowl with left-handers if I had a great shot. I'd love to only bowl with right-handers if I didn't have a shot.
Yeah, because if you're left-handed and it's not there, it's probably not coming.
Correct.
But if it is there, you're gonna destroy it.
But here, I will
feast
actually
or famine
feel sorry.
sometimes.
I will feel sorry for left-handers with this. I don't know what it would be like if I had to wake up and say either I have it or I don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I actually feel sorry for a few. Now that I don't bowl very much, I actually feel sorry for a few left-handers for that one. Because I'd hate to wake up and say, oh, I don't have a very good look on this pattern. What are you going to do? That was for you, Couch.
Yeah, because if there aren't very many lefties in the field, basically every pair you go to is fresh.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not changing too much,
All you get is spare balls going down the lane.
Yeah.
They don't have a chance to transition.
But then again, they're used to it, just like the right-handers are used to having all the traffic.
Everybody's a product of their environment.
Yep.
And yipes. Yep, that was left.
So you got all your guys squared away in practice, and now you just kind of let them mellow out and try to find it out there?
I didn't really get them all squared away. What I did was give them suggestions, and if they had a look doing it, wait till I see the lane transition and see how they migrate to it. Because right now, if I cloud their heads full of thoughts, they're not going to repeat. So it is a little bit of a different animal because I don't come from the amateur world.
Yeah.
So a lot of these people, a lot of the guys and the girls don't know me. And I haven't communicated with them, so sometimes I don't know what to say to who and how to say it to communicate without confusing them. So it's easier if they walk up to me and ask me a question, because if I walk up to them and say, hey, this is what I would do, they're going to look at me and go, whoa, that's not what I was thinking, and it actually might be detrimental to them instead of help them.
So we're watching the guys' first game here on Atlanta, which is 38 feet, and the women are going to be coming up this morning, later after this morning, later on this afternoon. What do you think the game plan is for the women later today, and what do you think the scoring pace will be like for them?
I think the scoring pace will be, it possibly could be a little better, because the women are going to break them down a little more forward up in front of them, and using probably a little bit more surface than the guys do. But I think they're going to make the 12 to 8 really, really good by starting a little bit farther right of that with surface, then be able to migrate into 12, and then being able to migrate into 15, and then they may not ever have to get left to 17, 18.
That's going to be coming up a little bit later on, probably about 2 o'clock Pacific time today. Fortunately, we get to miss all the football games because we're...
Who's we?
Well, some of us have to work. Some of us are working today.
Yes. Boy, Jeffrey Young. Spare, strike, spare, split, split, strike, strike, split.
Feast or famine over there for him, huh?
Yeah, he struggled a little bit on this pattern 2 weeks ago, too. So
you've been helping out with the North Texas team. How do you like the whole college bowling environment and coaching in that standpoint? It's a little different, right?
Yes, it's a different ball game than I'm used to. So I'm learning how to not get mad at my players when they miss 80 spares in 10 games, considering that's what happened in Wichita. Yeah, I'm trying to learn how to deliver my message a little differently sometimes. Yes.
And it's you're used to the pro tour, which is a much different animal than college bowling. And
yes.
You on the pro tour, you've got polished bowlers who know what they're doing, who are professionals.
Yes.
And in college bowling, you're taking it and you're kind of shaping it and you're breaking it and you're turning them into good bowlers. And I'm sure that process takes a little bit of time, right?
Well, the problem is that they bowl on league patterns all the time.
Yeah.
And we're fortunate that Chad Newman's helping me out there and has access to patterns that we can bowl on and let them practice to where they understand how to grind for 190, and 9 spare is good. I mean, that's the way I learned how to bowl, was 9 spare was good. And I didn't try to shoot 250 every game.
Yeah.
And that's the mentality that's really, really hard to get across to some of these players. We've got some great bowlers on our team. Lance Ragland, Dylan Coggins, Taylor hopefully becomes eligible one of these days. Robert, great bowlers. But, sometimes they'll bowl good in league on Monday night, and then the next tournament, you can tell they bowled league on Monday night.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that if I were to ever work with a college team, the big emphasis would be on spare shooting.
Oh, that's all it is.
Yeah, you got to make your spares in those college tournaments.
I'm going to tell you how I broke it down to them. This is how bad I broke it down to them. Because I try to make it as simple as possible. They left 7 non-makeable splits.
Okay.
In 10 games. So
okay.
We're talking the big 4s, 2 10s, 2 8-10s, things like that. They left 21 washouts.
Okay.
I said, doesn't it make sense to you to throw it straight at the head pin and leave what you can and spare it?
Yeah.
Because if you miss the head pin, your odds of making it mark are way worse than they are if you hit the head pin.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just telling them, they go, what do you want us to do? Take your spare ball out and take our spare ball out and go to the head pin? I said, maybe.
Yeah. Sometimes you might have to do that.
You know what? I'm okay by doing that. If you're making your spares, I don't care.
Yeah.
Because I want to see you hit the pin that's closest to you. I don't care what it takes. And if you're throwing a reactive ball and you can't hit the pin closest to you, take your spare ball out.
Have you been to the Hoosier Classic yet? Did you go to that one?
I have not.
Nick Hoagland puts out some impossible lane patterns for that. And taking the spare ball and throwing it at the head pin and making your spares may not be a bad game plan on some of those patterns.
See, I'm all for that.
Yeah. Especially because, again, the scoring pace is always relative to what you're doing.
Scoring pace is relative. And that's what people won't get in their head.
And if the scoring pace is 190 and you hit the head pin and you make a spare every
that's
frame,
190.
you're in 190,
yes.
right?
But sometimes that mentality is just hard to get across to some of the kids.
There's a question for you in the chat. Would you be willing to help anyone on ball suggestion and lane play if they were to ask you?
Why not?
Yeah, they're throwing Storm or Roto stuff, right? Or even
I would prefer that they're using that.
Because you are here representing Storm and Roto.
Yes, only because if I was actually helping somebody that wasn't using our equipment and our staffer got beat by that person.
Yeah, that would be a bad situation.
That would be a bad thing for my job description.
Yeah.
Yes. The job security would not be big.
But hey, somebody had a Storm or a Roto, a couple of those balls, and said, "Hey, Del, what do you think about this ball?
Yes.
Maybe change the surface, whatever."
Absolutely.
Lane play.
I'm here to help.
Happy to help.
I mean, I am here to help everybody. But it sure helps because if not, I'd only be talking to Rhino Page, Eddie Van Daneker, and John Serbinsky.
Yeah, because they're the only staff guys.
They're the only guys that have actual contracts with us.
But I think you've got the right idea. I think anybody who buys a Storm or Roto equipment has a contract almost because
Yes.
they've
That's an
invested in the
unwritten
company.
contract.
Yeah, it's an
Absolutely.
unwritten contract.
Unwritten
They've
contract.
made an investment in the company, and so you're
Yes.
here to help them
Exactly.
out a little bit if they're willing to ask. And don't be shy either. If you
But
got
if they're
somebody out
walking
here,
off the approach with a competitive company's logo,
yeah,
throwing a competitive company's ball, then,
That might be
and
tough.
Then they ask me, I'm going to be a little hesitant
Yeah.
because who's paying me to be here?
Yanks fan asks, Dell, will the pattern play a little longer than it usually would today because the 47-foot pattern was out yesterday? Can they effectively get that all off the lane? And we've got Eric Pearson here, who's one of the best lane guys in the world, and I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing in getting them off.
Well, that's a touchy subject, but with today's technology, I would have to think that Kegel does a pretty good job of getting the oil off the lane.
And we have the newest Kegel
Yes.
machines here.
I would have to think
brand
that
new
those
stuff.
lane machines
And we even have a Kegel rep who came out
are
here to.
probably pretty
Yeah.
good at getting the oil off the lane.
And don't forget, they oil after the bowling is done
Yes.
too for the leagues and the
I would
cosmic
be more
or
worried
whatever.
about getting the house shot memory
Yeah.
off than I would the pattern, the 47-foot of the oil off the lane. Because when you have, say, 100 units or whatever you want to call it in the middle of the lane, that's probably a little harder to take off than how thin it is past the house shot.
Scores seem a little bit low.
Yes, they
I
are.
don't see a lot of strings of strikes out
That's
there
what
right
I
now,
expect.
right?
I expect to see that early on.
Yeah.
As the guys are trying to figure out how to shape their ball.
John asking another question in the chat. Del, do you feel strike percentage or spare percentage is more important? I guess again
Obviously,
that's a relative thing, I guess, right?
Well, I'm going to say spare percentage because today strikes come most of the time. You can't get it back if you miss a spare.
Yeah, spares should be like a free throw in basketball. You should
Yes.
make 90% of them.
Yes,
You know,
absolutely.
and if you don't, you need to practice harder. at
Now, this is what I tell my guys at North Texas. If you're shooting the 3-6 and you chop it, did you hit the pin that's closest to you? Yes. You gave yourself the opportunity to spare it. Now, if you miss it so far left that the 6-pin goes in front of this, 3-pin goes in front of the 6, no. But if you give yourself an opportunity to spare it, if you chop the 2-4-5, things like that, you know what? I'll semi-forgive you for that.
Yeah.
Because that's still a great shot at it. And you're talking 60-something, 61 or 2 feet down the lane trying to make it a spare and you chop it. You know what? I'll forgive you for those. But other than that, if it's 9-0, shame on you.
Yeah.
You're not going to like me.
And part of the problem is a lot of bowlers don't shoot a lot of spares in league
Correct.
because they strike so much.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with going in and practicing and shooting 7 pins, 10 pins,
Absolutely
spares.
not.
You know.
I did it.
Yeah. At the training center, we've got and this scoring system here too. You can actually
Yes.
set it to put down certain combinations of pins.
Yes.
So you can shoot a 2-4-5 all day if you want to, until, if you can't make that, or a bucket or whatever, So you can get practice. There's ways to practice spare shooting even on a full rack. But it's not glamorous, and that's part of the problem. Striking is the glamorous part.
That's what everybody. But I grew up with the adage: strike for show, spare for dough.
Yep. Here's some screeching going on. Somebody must be excited about something.
It obviously wasn't me bowling.
Let's see here. Keith wants to know if they have people here to drill bowling balls for people if they want to have something drilled. And
They have a
there's
pro
no-
shop,
Yeah,
yes.
there's no truck or anything, but
No.
we've got the pro shop
And they
here.
do. Pro shop is here, and Johnny Petraglia Jr.
Yeah, I saw
is
him in there. He's running the show in there. Looks
Pretty
like.
much.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there's no truck here or anything.
No.
It's and I'm sure for some of your guys, you've got bowling balls available if they need to drill stuff.
We can, if it's a
work
necessity,
a deal out or something.
if it's a necessity, we can get them drilled and replaced.
But I'm sure a lot of people come here with the game plan already and the
Yes.
bowling balls they're going to use. So I doubt there's a lot of bowling balls being drilled this
Yes.
week. Because it's not like a tournament. If this was a 5-day tournament where you were using the same pattern every day, you may be drilling more balls.
Yeah.
Because especially if somebody doesn't have a look with what they've got, but when
Yeah, if
a
you have
different
4 more
pattern
days
each
and
day.
you don't have a very good look,
Yeah,
might fill in some gaps.
yeah. But a different pattern every day is.
I'm going to say this to everybody that's out there listening. If you feel like all of your balls do the same thing, what's the common denominator?
You.
The bowler.
Yeah.
Okay? Change the way you throw it. Don't just change a bowling ball. Because if you switch balls to 3 or 4 different balls and you have the same ball reaction out of all of it, it sounds like you're not doing something correctly.
Yeah.
Because how many times have you seen somebody, no matter how they throw it, it seems like they can use 4 or 5 balls. Okay? So it goes the other way also.
Hannah asking if Andrew Koff is bowling. Nope, he's not here this week, which is a little disappointing. Would love to have seen Andrew Koff here. He's a great player.
Yes, he is. Tell you, the 2 guys I was really impressed with over the last couple of days is that Marshall Kent and Cameron Doyle. Sorry about that. For being 14, that Cameron kid. I watched him bowl the U.S. Open, but that's to me is such a crapshoot because it's so tough. Hitting the head pin really is at a premium, and some people can just have a straight swing and make that happen. Kind of just standing in one spot, and which is still a great bowler, but getting here and watching his hand and his swing, and he does a lot of right things. Impressed with those 2 guys.
Yeah, there's some youngsters that have definitely put a lot of time and effort into their game.
Yes.
And, some natural talent really can go a long way, but a lot of the time and effort really is practice time. These guys, they're not just going and bowling league once a week. I mean, they're in there practicing 5 days a week. Starting to wrap up this game. Dylan Burns 195, Tyler Vostry 202. So you can kind of tell just by looking at the scoreboards here that the scores are not huge this game.
That is correct.
You see Roger Petrin shot 246 off to our right, so that's a good game. I think we could be in for our first real moderate to low scoring day.
I think it's going to be the first game or 2. The guys are just kind of figuring out what to do, and scores will pick up in the middle of the second game, third game.
And as always, there's going to be somebody who whacks them the first couple of games. That always happens.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what pattern you put out, somebody is going to bowl good.
Yes.
It seems like. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 260, 270 pop up on the standing sheet for the first game.
Somebody's natural game will match up.
Yeah.
Always does.
So they're saying Adam Chase shot 279 first game. So Adam Chase having a good week. He shot 300. Shot 300 a couple of days ago.
Adam Chase.
Chase. Yeah.
Not familiar. See, that's my problem. Is I just don't know the names. And
if this was the Masters, you would know everybody, probably.
Absolutely.
You ever think you'll bowl the Masters again?
No.
No? Too busy working, huh?
Yes, but it's not really about that.
You're not at that competitive level anymore?
A, no, but B, I really don't care to be.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, hey, why don't you go out on the seniors tour? Why don't you bowl the seniors tour? You know what? I really don't have anything to prove to anybody. I proved to myself that I was one of the best at one time and can feel very proud about my career and don't feel like I have to go out there to prove anything to anybody. I didn't miss out on anything as a,
Yeah.
And
you're at a different stage in your life now than you were then.
I would rather help people bowl than try to beat them. Plus, I didn't like the way I was when I bowled. I didn't. I created a lot of enemies by throwing a bowling ball.
Did you?
Yes. Didn't like the way I acted.
I think there are a lot of people who wish they could have some of that back.
Yes, and I treated a lot of people poorly just to win. And I kind of knew how to get in certain people's heads and took advantage of that back then and didn't like how I was.
Well, Del Ballard is...
I always told Carolyn that I'd love to write an article for the Bowling News at home apologizing to everybody that used to bowl back in the late 80s or mid 80s and early 90s, but I can't make up for it. But I try now. So I try to help people.
Well, that's good. I'm sure you're making up for it now just by helping folks.
Well, I try, but, it is what it is. You got to live by your past mistakes.
That's right. Del Ballard joining us. Derek Acuff ended up with 253, so that's a nice start for him, for the lefty.
And Scott Norton's coming to this pair, so.
Oh, is he? Okay, good. We haven't seen Scott yet. Scott's been all over the news lately.
I haven't seen.
The peck heard around the world.
No idea. Seriously.
No idea?
I don't keep up with.
Yeah, it's been on CNN and Huffington Post and ESPN, all kinds of stuff because he, if you don't know, Scott is gay, and they showed him embracing his husband after he won on Sunday on the telecast. And they gave a brief kiss, a little peck. And so apparently this is like a first or something in sports, and because you don't really see.
I was there, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was very quick. So not a big deal to me. I don't care. Hey, do whatever you want to do. But it was a very quick thing. But apparently it's a big deal in that in the gay community. So more power to him. He's made some big news, and he's a great bowler, regardless of any of that. None of that has anything to do with how you throw the bowling ball. He's left-handed.
I had to get that in. Nah, he's
a good guy too.
Yeah, his mom's a great lady. Knew her back when I was young. So yeah, nice people.
Del Ballard is joining us, and I don't know how long you're going to stick around. If maybe
I'm probably going to take a little walk here after this game.
Got to check up on guys.
Yeah. But Eddie Van Studeker is right in front of us. I think he's a great bowler. Physically, he does a whole lot of right things.
Yeah, I don't know if he's coming to our pair or not.
Yeah, he's right there.
Okay, so yeah, he is on the pair. Yeah, Riley Chen, Eddie Van Daneker, Scott Norton, and Darren Tang. Darren Tang's bowled well this week.
Yeah, I've seen his name a couple times.
Yeah. Still wrapping up the first game on 51 and 52. Tyler Carroll shot 176, Jesse Bauer 207, Riley Dempson 163, Nick Scott, he's going to be at 199, and Thomas Hager can shoot 201.
I'm seeing 210 as being kind of scoring pace. Yes, there are about 4 or 5 guys around here that are a little higher than that, but I'm thinking 210, 220. I think if you can get to 100, 120 over, that's going to be really, really good on this. As it should be,
Cameron shot 213, according to Sean in the chat.
Good deal.
Yeah, so that sounds like a good game. Eddie Van Daneker had 223. Scott Norton 162. So just kind of wrapping up the first game here on this pair. Flip over and see Eddie Van Daneker here. I haven't had the opportunity to watch him bowl a lot.
Oh, I think he's got a great swing. For being a little skinny kid,
yeah,
he throws it really good. I'd like to see him use his left leg a little bit more into his slide because he's a little stiff, but he's so short, he gets away with it. Good bowler, very good bowler.
Here's Scott Norton again. We were talking about him a little bit earlier when talking about Rhino wanting to try to almost emulate a little bit of his ball roll, I guess, or release.
Ball roll, because he can eliminate the fronts so much easier than Rhino can. Rhino does it with axis rotation, but when you get too much axis rotation with storm balls, they want to change directions really, really, really strong that lane. So he kind of sacrifices if he gets around it. He doesn't have the high tilt like what Scott has. He's got low tilt and a lot of axis rotation.
Just from watching
on the left with the fresh back ends.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's not the easiest thing to do.
So looking at Scott's score from the first game and the fact that he split here in the second frame, it looks like he might be not in a very good place right now.
Yeah, Rhino said he was going to use urethane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, try to play like 4 or 5, right about where Scott's at with urethane.
Sounds like could be in for a grind of a day. I think you need to step out, don't you, and go check on some folks. And
yes.
All right,
Sorry,
thanks, Del. Maybe we'll see you later today.
Yeah, I'll make it another cameo, I guess.
Okay, sounds
right,
good. Thanks, Del Ballard. So thanks to Del Ballard for sitting in with us for a few minutes. This first game, always nice to have Del sit in and give us some insight as to what's going on here. I see, just looking at the chat, Rocio is in the chat this morning. Good morning, Rocio. Robert Lawrence also in there. Good morning. Thanks to everybody who's joining us bright and early on a Sunday morning, at least early here in Vegas. Women will be coming up a little bit later on today, probably about 2 p.m. Pacific time. The bowlers on this pair, Jeffrey Young, Armando Godoy, Ryan McCoy, E.J. Tackett, and Forrest Kritzer. And again, we've got Riley Chen, Eddie Van Daneker, Scott Norton, and Darren Tang on 53 and 54. Katie Thornton also in the chat. Good morning. Guess the live scoring is offline, but I just sent the text message off. Hopefully they can get that fixed. Jason Alden asking what the pattern is today. Let me throw that graphic on the screen. Lane condition is Atlanta, 38 feet. You can find information on the patterns at world10pinbowling.com. Got 4 on this pair this game, so they're going to move right along, it looks like, and bowl probably pretty quick. This means we might have a break on 53 and 54 between games, it looks like. Patrick wants to know how I feel about the PBA members, whether they should have to bowl and qualify the trials along with everybody else. I think that in a perfect world, they would all bowl and love to have all of them bowl. I think that a lot of them were planning to bowl, like Chris Barnes, Tommy Jones, Sean Rash, Bill O'Neill, those guys. I think they were planning to bowl, but you know, the PBA came calling and said, we've got this Chris Paul event that we need you guys to do, and it's unfortunately conflicted with this event, and so that's why they're not here, and that's exactly why you have to have that process in which you have selections. Well, you also have ways for people to bowl their way onto the team, which is why we're here. Jeffrey Young up on the left lane here, started with a strike this game. Looks like the live scoring is up and running again. Thanks for letting me know that it was offline. So as we progress here in the second game, ask that if you wouldn't mind, click the subscribe button if you're not a subscriber right above the video. We're getting so close to 10,000. I really want to get there by the end of the day tomorrow. So if you don't subscribe, please do it. We're 149 short of 10,000. And it's really easy and it's free and, you know, it's cool. You can get some email updates anytime we post a video. It's good stuff. And it only takes a second. So if you can subscribe to our channel, I would greatly appreciate it. TD asking, how many hours are you putting in a day, Lucas? Well, I get up about 6:30 in the morning in the bowling center about 7. And I usually leave the bowling center about 7. So here 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And on Monday, that will be an even longer day tomorrow because we'll start at the regular time. But then tomorrow night, we've got the stepladder finals and the announcement of the selections for Team USA and Junior Team USA, as well as the announcement of the automatic players. And that's going to start at 6 p.m. here at Sunset Station in Vegas. And it's going to be a pretty cool thing. You're going to want to tune in for that. I know that the BCS National Championship is going on at the same time, but maybe you can pull it up on your smartphone or watch it on your laptop because we've got the top 3 in the stepladder finals for both the men and the women, and it should be pretty good. And then right after that, we'll have the announcement of the Team USA and Junior Team USA for 2013. All of the pros who've been selected, everybody will be announced at that time. So that'll be an even longer day. That's a 14 or 15-hour day probably. But it's all worth it because it's good stuff. I enjoy bowling. I enjoy watching bowling. And, it's good people here, and so it's not so bad. And thanks to the folks who have subscribed to the channel. I appreciate that. We're now only 135 away from 10,000, if my math is right. Here's Scott Norton. He's playing pretty far left. You can't really see where the ball's going down the lane too well because he kind of blocks it. But he left a 7-pin on that shot. Rocio says you have a very hard life. Thank you, Rocio. I can sense the sarcasm in your words. I cannot complain. Besides, if I wasn't working, I'd probably be losing money in the casino, so working is a better option. Strike King wants to know if I talked to Rhino about why he was so deep yesterday. We had Dell on the first game. He talked about that. He said that on the long pattern, sometimes the lefties can find success playing that deep. He said Jason Couch has won a couple of titles doing that. So that was Rhino's game plan, was to try to get deep and find a playable shot for him. And so we got to see that. He ended up, I think he bowled a clean game when he was on the featured pair doing that. Can you send out a good luck to Alex Weaver on lane 22 from Roxanne and Keith? Thanks. Well, good luck to Alex. Hopefully Alex bowls well today. And you can follow along on the live scoring application. You can find that link on bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Or you could go to our Twitter account at USBC if you want to find the link there as well. Just tweeted it this morning, so at USBC. Well, I just checked my Twitter for the first time. Got all kinds of stuff coming in here. Brent and Melissa, so they liked hearing Dell and I on the broadcast here, so thank you very much. Yeah, I like when Dell comes in. He always has a lot to say and is very opinionated and can offer great insight and has so much knowledge and experience. So it's always cool to have him come in and sit down and chat with us for a little while and understand that Dell's working this week, so he can't stay with us the whole time. He's got a job to do, just like I do. By the way, if you want to tweet at me, feel free at Lucas_Wiseman. I check my Twitter interactions pretty frequently, so feel free to send me a tweet if you've got a question or comment or just want to say hi at Lucas_Wiseman. Eddie Van Daniker, 6th frame. Question in our chat, what are the standings after yesterday? That's a good point. Should do a recap for you on that. But you can find the standings, the live scoring, the live stats. If you just look below the video here that you're watching, I put the links in there. And you can click directly from them here on this video page. So check that out. And after the third round coming into today, John Stravinsky is in the lead on the men's side with 24 points. Marshall Kent second with 29 points. Kyle King is third with 48. John Janowitz in fourth place with 52. And A.J. Johnson fifth at 54. So really, John Stravinsky and Marshall Kent kind of control their own destiny in terms of making that top three, because they've got a little bit of a lead on third place. So basically they're looking at, if they can go, if they both go top 5, top 10 finishes in the next 2 days, they're gonna be in the finals. So there's an opportunity there for them, especially, if they can bowl well today. They can have a decent cushion going into the last day if they can really bowl well today. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out for those guys. Marshall only shot 171 the first game. He's off to the right of our featured pairs. Strike King says, Lucas, do you bowl league anywhere else in DFW or just your employee league? I just bowled a league at the training center this year. Don't have a lot. I travel a lot. Don't have a lot of time to bowl league. And we bowl on the USBC Open Championships pattern from last year, which if you bowled on that pattern, you know it's pretty tough. I think my average is 183, 185, something like that. So, which it's a sport league, so that translates into the 200s. On a house shot, I'm about 210, 212, something like that. You're going to look me up on my bowl.com record if you want to see what my averages are. And again, the link to the live scoring is right below the video you're watching. Matt Marler tweeted at me, the patch on the back of Darren Tang's shirt is a Tony Reyes patch in honor of his legacy on NorCal bowling. So that's a nice tribute to the late Tony Reyes, who we all were shocked by his passing last year. Good guy. Really liked him a lot. Joe asks, how do you watch the live stream on your mobile device? Well, if you're on an iPhone or an iPad, any Apple device, an iPad mini, you can, it's pretty easy. Just go to Safari, open up your Safari browser, and type in this address, m.youtube.com/bowltv. m.youtube.com/bowltv, and that'll take you to it. And you can watch it on your iPhone or your iPad. Or if you have Apple TV. Jason Overstreet, who you might be familiar with from some of our broadcasts, he texted me yesterday and said they bought Apple TV recently and hooked it up to the TV, and he was streaming the broadcast yesterday and on his television via the Apple TV. So that's pretty cool. I told him I have to look into that. There's a lot of people who I think are watching the live streaming these days on their television, hooking up different devices to make it happen, which is pretty cool. We had somebody tweet at me yesterday with a picture of, they were at their pro shop. Let's see if I can find it. And they were watching us on their big screen TV in the pro shop. Yeah, in Glendale Heights at Strike's Pro Shop. They had it on the big screen. I retweeted that just now. I meant to retweet that yesterday. Scott Norton has now got 3 strikes in a row, so he's looks like he might have gotten it together here. Eddie Van Daniker with a 10-pin. He had an open last frame. 135 in the 7th for him. Marshall Kent off to the right. You might have seen him. He left a 7-10 split in the 4th or an open. He looks a little frustrated today. Barb wants to know when the women are scheduled to take the lanes. They are coming up at, they're scheduled to start at 1:45 Pacific time, but might be closer to 2, somewhere between 1:45 and 2 p.m. Pacific time. Tyrone says he's watching on his Apple TV now, and Brent's going to hook it up, so that's pretty cool. Jay Seelig just tweeted at me, says, hey, Lucas. Good morning, Jay. Someone requesting a shot of Zach Hattori on lane 50. I'll only see this shot first. And that was an interesting split there. I'll flip here. You see him on the far left side of your screen. He's about to step up here. Here he comes. You can see at least his head and his arm. They ran it out a little bit for the strike. There you go. There's a look at Zach Hattori. Our featured pairs are 51 through 54. So. Now, once the address again for the iPhone, it's m.youtube.com/bowltv. And I posted it in the chat for you there. m.youtube.com/bowltv. Almigara says on Twitter that this is her setup. Regards from Santo Domingo, and she sent me a picture. She's got the live scoring up on one monitor and the live streaming up on another, so that's pretty cool. She's got 2 windows open for the live scoring, with looks like one for each of the pairs. And I see her Twitter open too, so that's cool. Thanks for the pic, Almi. I'm going to retweet that for you. Here's Eddie Van Daneker in the 9th frame of the second game. By the way, EJ Tackett has the front 6 on our other featured pair. Just noticed that. Eddie leaves the 10-pin. Armando Godoy leaves the 10. Like first game, Adam Chase 279, Derek Acuff 253, Dustin Zenner 248, Jarrett Mizo 248, Miguel Lopez 247, Roger Petrin 246, Michael Coffey 242, John Janowitz 239, Casey Shepard 236, and Greg Young Jr. 235. That's top 10. And there were 60 people who shot 200 or better, but of those 60, more than 35 of them shot under 220. So that's a lot of people grinding it out. That's what I'm seeing. John Serbinski shot 228, so that's a great start for him. You can find that on the live stats page. You want to check that out. Jeffrey leaves the 4-pin. EJ getting ready to step up here with front six. And he's going to let Riley Chin go first. Riley's in the 10th frame here, can max at 161. Scott Norton went 9 spare here in the 10th. He's going to shoot 217 with a strike on the fill. But let's go back over to, well, we're going to let you show you Riley's shot first. Sorry about that. Go back over to EJ. Another strike for EJ Tackett, front 7. Scott Norton's fill ball. Riley shoots 151. Scott Norton 217. Darren Tang can strike out for 223, and Eddie Van Daniker can strike out for 204. Johnny wants to know how you use the Apple TV to watch, and I have no idea. You can ask somebody for help. I think Jason told me that he somehow synced his phone or his iPad, and it would show whatever the phone or the iPad was showing. So I think that's how he did it. Not 100% sure. I don't have one, so I'm not sure how they work. But I think somehow Jason was pulling in the feed from his iPhone or iPad into his Apple TV, if that makes sense. I don't really know how it works, so. Sandy wants to know how much of a delay there is between live TV and live scoring. Let me take a look here and see what the live scoring is showing right now. It's not much. It's only a little bit behind. Maybe 30 seconds, something like that, 45 seconds. Brent says, I just solved this problem. Airplay. Okay. Glad that it was able to help. Ryan McCoy working on a double. Short pin doesn't take out the 7. Eddie Van Daniker with the strike for the double. Darren Tang, fill ball. Van Daniker finishes at 203, Tang at 213. EJ Tackett's going to be up here in a second. Now EJ has the front 8. Cameron Doyle, 223 is what they're reporting in the chat. Someone asking what the cross is. They move, the left lane moves left, the right lane moves right. They skip 3 pairs bowl on the 4th. So if you're following along on the live scoring, should help you figure out where somebody's going. Like EJ Tackett, he's on 52. So he's going to go to 60 next game, because he's going to skip 3 pairs and move to the 4th. The easy way is you can add 8 lanes to the right lane and subtract 8 lanes to the left lane. So 52 goes to 60, and 51 goes to 43. But then you have to remember that when they make the turn, 1 and 2 is not in play, so you got to keep that in mind. And this is the end of game 2 that we are currently watching. Zach Hattori off to the left and has gone spare 8-bagger this game. So he's got a 290 possibility out there. Here is EJ Tackett with the front 8. And he pulled it and leaves the 3-6. A good run, though, on a tough pattern for EJ Tackett. And game two wrapping up here on 51 and 52. Jeffrey Young, 199. Armando Godoy, 166. Ryan McCoy, 190. EJ Tackett, 245. And, of course, Kritzer going to shoot 193 with a spare here and a strike on the fill. Sorry, guys, I had to step away for a minute to go into the tournament office to discuss some stuff. We don't have any bowling going on 53 and 54 right now. You can follow along on the live scoring as well. The link is right below the video you're watching. There's a link to the live scoring, the live stats, and the results right there. So the game number 2 is completed on the featured pairs, and game 3 should be getting started here in just a couple of minutes, waiting for the other pairs to get done, and should get started here momentarily. So you can see our third game is underway, and on this pair we've got Dominic Partapillo, Chris Vai, Mark Curtis Jr., Tyler Espy, and Dwight Woods. And over on 53 and 54, Vince Biondo, Joshua Sajiri, Riley Smith, Jake Peters, and Earl Leach. They're already in the third frame. They're moving pretty quick here. And you're watching live coverage of the Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we are in game number 3 in this 4th round of competition, bowling on the Atlanta pattern, 38 feet. And as soon as we have an update on the standings, we'll let you know and bring those to you right away. Sorry guys, slacking a bit and switching the cameras. I will give you my full attention now. I was actually chowing down a very quick breakfast. Didn't have time to get anything this morning before getting set up, so took a little quick break there, but back with you now. Chris Vai shooting the spare here in the 2nd frame. Again, follow along on the live scoring. Links right below the video. I'm going to refresh, see how many subscribers we're up to. 9,878, 122 away from getting that 10,000 mark. So please subscribe to the channel if you don't already. There's a subscribe button on your screen. So be sure to click that. You can get yourself a YouTube account. Also join us in the chat. As soon as those standings come in for the first game, for the second game, I should say, I'll let you know. 53 and 54 just finished the fourth frame. I think I'm going to run a little test here, and I want to see how far behind the live scoring is from the live stream. Since this is all new stuff. We'll do it here with Riley Smith. He is stepping up here in the fifth frame. And he gets the strike. And start the countdown, see how long it takes before it marks that strike up on the live streaming. Or sorry, the live scoring application. It took about 45 seconds or so for it to update. That's about what I figured 30 to 45 seconds, somewhere in there. So got the standings on the stats after two games. Casey Shepard leading at 502. Zach Couture second at 493. Michael Coffey at 466. Matt Sanders at 463. Adam Chase 462. So just looking at the standings, I mean, I don't think the scores are that high. You got 11 guys who are plus 50 or better after two games. And then you got a lot of guys grinding out 200s. John Cervinski, 14th place at 436. Rhino Page is in 8th place. Marshall Kent, second place overall coming into today. He's 118th right now after two games, so he needs to get it going if he wants to stay in that hunt for the top three. Dell is back to join us again. He asked me if he could sit down in the seat. And Dell, if the seat's empty, you're always welcome to sit down.
Well, if it's available.
If it's available.
When Neil the boss man's here, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be my wife's boss man.
We don't want to displace Neil, but.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what I see.
Okay.
They finally they've gotten into the second transition here where you still need, I've actually had players ball up.
Wow.
Go to stronger balls and move into 17, 18, 19 and float it to 10. Ball up as in get balls that'll be smoother down lane. But a lot of people, where they're making their mistakes, are trying to, when they move left, they want to throw something cleaner. But they do, then it doesn't read the lane. It goes too long. It goes right through it. So if you can get balls that actually start up even sooner, you can move left and play 17, 18, 19 to 10. And it's into the second transition from 12 to 19. Or 12 to 17. John Cervinski showing a disturbed with some surface on it. He said he just made the move left. I had Eddie Van Daniker go from an outlaw to a defiant soul. Moved into 17, 18, 19. Marshall Kent, the same thing. He just went to a defiant soul, used a stronger ball than he's got. And so far, at least for 4 or 5 frames, it looks pretty good.
I was just looking at the scores after the second game, and somebody in the chat was saying, Dell said the scores weren't going to be that high today, but they're pretty high.
Yeah,
and I'm looking at it now. They're not that high. It's not that high.
It's not as high as you would think. I'm telling you.
You got 10 guys at 450 or better.
Right.
That's not that high.
That's not that high.
Not for bowlers of this caliber.
But if you're starting to look, you see some strikes coming. You got open 3-bagger, spare 3-bagger, double spare strike, double spare double, 3-bagger, spare strike. So they're finally settling down into where people are getting comfortable playing 17, 18, 19. Steve Smith's in there also.
Yeah.
Oh, 2, 4, 8, 10. But interesting, there's a name that I'm going to throw out here that I'm really impressed with the way he's bowled this week. Vince Biondo.
Oh, yeah.
Blast from the past. I mean,
yeah,
him
one
and
of
I
the
were
older
in here
guys.
earlier talking about, hey, we're the only ones that like the 80s music in here because we're the only ones that know the 80s music. But, yeah, he's bowled great.
Yeah, he's bowling real good. He's right up there, too.
Yes.
In the overall standings. He's
got
a legit shot to,
yes, he does.
to get there if he can keep
He's got a real high tilt.
Yeah.
Allows his ball to kind of get through the front, but roll. It doesn't try to change too much directions down lane. And he does it with tilt, not axis rotation. So just kind of smooth around it. He's bowling great.
Yeah, we'll take another look at him once he steps up. He's on the featured pair this game. Rhino seems like he's doing a little bit better today.
Urethane.
Yeah,
right at 2.
Throwing that
you had to
urethane
cloud
ball.
him, didn't you?
Yeah, he just left he has, what is that? The
3.56.
3.56. It makes my head hurt when I have to call left-hander spares. Jeremy asks in the chat, Dell, any tips on how to adjust or find the line when moving to another pair in a tournament like this?
Well, obviously it would be easy if you could go to the pair in your 7th or 8th frame and track to see who's bowling well and from what part of the lane and make sure it's where you're playing, or if they're deeper with surface, you may be at the mercy of what they're doing to the lane. So I always recommend guys, and you'll see it on our tour. Guys in 7th or 8th frame, they'll go take a walk, and what they're really doing is charting to see where the next pair is and what people are doing.
There we go.
In case you didn't hear that. Yeah.
Fix that microphone a little bit, make it easier. I know some of you are getting ready to watch the PBA on ESPN, but you can always have 2 screens on, have your TV on, and your computer on the live streaming, so you can watch both of us. Chris Vi, the double-hander.
Look where he's playing.
Yep.
17, 18, 19 to about the tracer at 10. Just arcing it off of it. That's the right spot. 25 over.
You know, looking at the standings, you know how you can tell that the first couple of games were kind of a grind fest because you look and you see that you've got between, like, I would consider people grinding between like maybe 430 and 400, somewhere in there. And you've got about
exactly
40 guys between 400 and 430. That means they're making spares and they're grinding
exactly
it out.
Right.
They're catching a double.
Yes, that's old school bowling to me.
Yep.
There's Vince. Kind of twirling it down there, leaves a 2-pin. But hey, he's safe.
Yeah, he's plus 34 today.
Yeah.
Shot 246 last game, so he's looking at 188, 246. First 2, that's a solid start on this pattern.
Exactly.
Yep.
Don't try to do too much, but the Zach Hattery guy.
Yeah, Zach.
I had to hoop him. I just told everybody down here that he was really doing the right thing, playing him the way I like to see him played.
Yep.
Strike, spare, miss a spare, strike, blower, 7-10.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But he's doing the right thing. 15, 16 to 10, and just kind of getting it to roll off his hand.
Yeah, Zach's bowling good. He's second on the squad coming into this game. It may not stay that way at the rate that game's going, but it's amazing how a bad game can creep up on you even though you're hitting the pocket and doing the right things, right?
That's why it's called grind.
Thomas says in the chat, when I was at Junior Gold, it was really important to know when you hit a bad pair and not to use the information you got from that pair when you move.
Correct.
So you got to keep an open mind when you go to a new pair, I would guess.
Especially a pair is a pair is a pair.
Especially when you're making a turn or something like that.
But like I said, you're at the mercy of what the field does.
Yep.
So that means who's bowled on your pair previously, And what's really kind of funny is the very first thing a lot of the PBA players do. The very first thing that they do is they see their cross. They want to know who the high rev guys are, and if they catch their pair, what pair, which game. Because practice dictates a lot. More happens in practice than it does for the rest of the day. So they always want to see where Belmo starts. They want to see where Osku starts. They want to know how much service he's using. What part of the lane is he playing? That's the number one thing guys look at. The rest of it, they can adjust for. But sometimes when you have really high rev guys with surface, they tear the lane up quick. Same thing here. You try to find out who's bowling where, and if you know somebody's a high rev player and going to use surface, chart the pairs.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on how much practice time you get, too, before you start. And I don't know how much practice time they get before a PBA squad generally, but, 10
Usually
minutes.
10 minutes, maybe 15 if there's 4 on a pair.
You start getting into the 15 minutes of practice on a pair, you can start manipulating some stuff, too.
That, yes. John Caesar Binky, 6-bagger.
He's bowling good today.
Yes.
He's not bowling
grinding.
great, but he's
That's
bowling
what
good.
He said, hey, I'm just grinding. My ball's kind of doing this. You think I need to switch? I said, maybe the last pair, yes, but let's see what it does here.
And he's in a situation where he doesn't need to press. He needs to.
Yeah,
he just has to grind it out. He has to stay near the top 10, 15, and he'll be in great shape.
Yep, just grind.
I think looking at the standings, if John continues to bowl this well, he has a real opportunity to have a nice cushion going into the last day in the overall standings, if he can keep it up.
Well, the difference is it's not really a cushion because pins aren't dictating it.
Correct, but I mean in terms of points standings, he's in a position where if he comes in and grinds it out tomorrow, he'll probably be pretty safe.
Oh, yeah.
If he can have another big day. Vince is bowling pretty good this game, Anytime you see strikes and 9 spares on the board, that's good news.
He gets out of here with another double and shoots 220. Guess what?
Yep.
Very productive game.
Dannon asking if we think it'll be a grind for the women as well.
My opinion is absolutely. I want to see them all as a grind. 28, 9, 10. Lower 7, 10, and gone.
Got lucky on that one, huh?
Yes. Oh, sorry, guys. You're going to see it a little bit later than...
Yeah, well, no, that's live. They see it.
Oh, okay.
Our voice matches this.
Okay.
So, yeah. So it's all good. Just think of this as we get to see a replay where everybody else doesn't.
I see. See, that's why you get paid the big bucks here. Lucas.
I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah.
Sit here long enough, you tend to figure out those things. Look at the official standings just coming in. Well, here's what I was talking about with the cushion for Zerbinsky. If the standings stayed like they were after 2 games, not going to happen. But if they did, John Zerbinsky would have 38 points in the overall. Next closest is 57.
Oh, okay.
And third is 71. So that's what I'm talking about, where he's got an opportunity here.
I see what you're saying.
Because you've got somebody like Marshall Kent, who was really great in second place. He's 118th today after 2 games. That's not going to stay that way, I don't think. But that's what I'm getting at is if John can really bowl a big set here today, he can put himself in great shape. Whereas, if he has a 40-point lead on 4th place, all he's got to do is finish in the top 40, and he's in. And that's the kind of situation you want to be in, I think, if you're John. And he's got the front 6, so it's starting to open up. I mean, it's 3rd place could have more than 100 points when this is all said and done tomorrow afternoon.
All right, Marshall Kent, double, spare, double.
Yeah, he's on the same pair as John Zerbinsky.
Zerbinsky and Steve Smith.
Okay.
I told him, I said, you have 2 pretty good road maps here.
Yeah.
Don't do anything stupid unless they do something. Keep your ball in play, make your spares.
Is there anything worse than bowling on a pair with like that, where you got some good guys and they're whacking them and you can't hit the broadside of a bar?
No, that's actually a good thing.
Is it a good thing?
Yeah, because you'd rather have a road map saying, hey, what am I not doing that they're doing?
But I imagine it's frustrating, especially if you end up the whole game not being able to do what they've done. And
I lived through that the last 8 years I bowled on tour. That's why I quit.
Yeah.
I watched guys like Doug Kent just beat my brains out. And I figured, you know what? If I make every spare and I barely get a check, I'm probably not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Let's see, first 7, first 8. Or no,
First
sorry,
7
it's
now.
first 7.
Yeah, for John Cervinski off camera. So it's good for him.
Yep.
And John's no newbie. He's been on Team USA before a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
So he knows what this
There's
tournament's
our
all about.
Old Vince. And trip to 4.
That makes up for the 7-pin on the last shot, I guess. On a good shot. Dell's cheered for the veterans in the field, huh?
Exactly. Anybody that knows the 80s, I'm a fan of. They were playing the outfield earlier, and not playing in the outfield. They were playing the group called the outfield. And I think I was one of 3 people in the building that knew who they were.
Yeah, Neil Strummel was talking about that. He
Yes.
was in there. He's like, I haven't heard this song since 1982 or something. I don't know
He
what
said
year it was.
since he was cruising around his 1972 Cutlass.
Yeah, they had some classic music on when we came in. Chris Vi with a strike there in the 7th frame. We're in the 9th frame on this pair.
Oh, got it a little bit farther right, but it made it back. It peeled. What's the shot? And it got it right, and boom.
Becca wants to know what are they cutting to after tomorrow afternoon. It's top 3. Yeah, it's a pretty harsh cut, but it's that's the way this tournament has always been. It's top 3 get the automatic spots on Team USA, and
Yeah, Van Studeker. Van Studeker with spare, all the way to the 11th.
he's going to bowl a big game.
260, 270.
270, yeah.
Cry
Rhino
no.
off on the
Cry
distance.
no. Cry no.
He's got 3 in a row now. But yeah, cut to the top 3 men, top 3 women. But those top 3 will have made their automatic spots on Team USA. They're bowling for the title and for spot to bowl in the World Cup.
World Cup, yep.
Whoa, hello. That ball did not come off his hand. I think we flipped over it just in time to see it. It's lucky you didn't keep going with it. Huh? It's hard to stop when you get that momentum going.
Van Studeker going for 270 here. Defiant Soul fading it from 20.
Yeah, he's off on 46. They either
Looks
struck
like
or a
a
10
blower 10.
pin. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
10 pin.
It's all right, 260. That's what the word grind is. You grind, shoot 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 220, and then get on a good pair and try to do some striking. You know, I made a comment to Caesar Binky down there. I said, quit trying to get ahead of the move. Because this is not a pattern where you can try to get ahead of it. Because as soon as you get ahead of it, the ball doesn't read the lane right. Wait till your ball tells you to make the adjustment.
And Zervinski has the front 8 now this game. Front 8 for John Zervinski.
Yes, he does.
It's good stuff.
Do you know that lady right there?
I do not.
She tried talking to me a couple days ago and asked me if I knew her son, and I said no, and I think I offended her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Has she been giving you the stink eye?
No, she said, well, you know, he won this. Well, he won this. He won this. I said, sorry, ma'am, I don't come from this world. I don't come from the amateur ranks, youth ranks.
Yeah, it's a lot of young folks bowling here, and not exactly the folks that you mingle with at the events that you work.
Right. And
I would, as many things as you've accomplished in your career, I would guess that there are probably a lot of the kids here who may not even know
they
you.
don't even know who I am.
Yeah.
One of the girls we were kidding with, Leanne Barrett, the 2 people on her pair didn't add up to within 9 years of her age. And they said they knew of her and knew her from YouTube. The funny part was they didn't know who I was, but they knew who Carolyn was.
That's funny.
So,
well,
yes.
Carolyn's been on TV a little bit more recently with bowling,
absolutely.
so with the U.S. Women's Open.
So, yeah, it was kind of a funny little conversation there.
I remember getting Leanne's autograph when I was a kid.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? She had a great
Vince.
career. Vince Biondo, 10th
close.
frame.
That's a good shot.
It's a double. He can get to 237 this game. Put him at 71 over for the day. First 3 games.
That's a good score.
It's a really good score.
Yeah. But see where he's playing? He's playing like 19 to 9-10 right down the lane, not trying to overhook it, just float it. But it's hard. A lot of times people, when they move in, they want to throw it, blow it through the fronts, and not the way to do it.
We're going to keep you updated on Zerbinski. He's up on the approach. He's got the front 8.
And there's Jake Peters. Watch where he throws his shot. At 17, 18 to 9.
John has let the ball go, and he's struck again.
I think we'll go down there and tell him to switch balls.
He looks pretty confident, doesn't he?
Change balls. I just yelled down there to him, change balls, change balls.
I don't think he's going to change
I don't
balls.
think so.
I don't know if I would if I were him. Maybe on the fill, right? Yeah, 300's nothing, no big deal. Just
Exactly.
I've seen guys do that before, actually.
I've done it.
Yeah. Because the 300 doesn't really mean anything.
Doesn't pay anything.
Yeah.
At
least, I mean, it would mean something to me, but it doesn't mean something to Chris Barnes.
You got it right, and hook back. Watch this shot.
Well, they're seeing it at the same time we did. But yeah, it was a good shot.
Boom.
He slapped it out, too. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
It looks like he's having fun out there. I'm
He
sure
is.
Vince is enjoying the opportunity.
I'm glad to see it, too.
Yeah.
Great guy. Great guy. I met him, I'm telling you, it had to be 25 years ago. And we see each other once every 2 or 3 years. And you would think we kept in contact every day. Great guy.
Someone's asking what Zerbinski's throwing.
Disturbed.
It's disturbed. Is that what it was?
With a 5-inch pin up above, without a hole.
And he won't catch the featured pairs today. He's going to be off to our right for game 4. So we'll be able to at least
be on
keep you
55
updated.
and 6, right?
Yeah, he'll go to 55 and 56. And if you're watching on the live scoring and you want to know where your favorite player is going next, if they're on the right lane, you add 8. If they're on the left lane, you subtract 8 and go to that lane. So, for example, lane 50 will go to 58. Vince Biondo, 237. It's a great finish, great game.
Yep.
First ball average of above 9, it's pretty good.
Yes.
Riley Smith, 178. Jake Peters is going to bowl a good game here. He's 247.
He moved right with a little weaker ball, wrong spot of the lane. I think the move is actually moved left with something stronger.
He shot
That's
245.
What, if you watch Vince's fill shot, he actually went to a Nano Pearl, which is stronger than the IQ Tour. He went to a Nano Pearl and moved a little bit left off of it.
John is getting ready to step up in the 10th with the front 9. We'll keep you posted. That's on lane 48 if you're watching on the live scoring.
I'm kind of happy right here.
You got, yeah?
We had a 268 by Eddie Van Studeker with a Defiant Soul. We have Marshall Kent right next to him using a Defiant Soul with possible 260. And then Zerbinski using the Defiant, Disturbed, there we go. Got so many daggum names, I can't remember them all.
It's a big game for Marshall as well. Even
sure
though,
it is.
John's got the front 9. Yeah, it gets Marshall right back up the standings. It's a big game here. John's on the approach.
Ooh, that was slow by Rhino, and no.
I think John got away with a light hit for a strike, and he's got the front 10. If he gets another one, I'm going to try to let you call the action, and I'll try to adjust the camera so we can at least see it.
Oh, okay.
Zerbinski's got the front 10. We've already had, I think, 5 300s here this week.
I hate that when I draw a blank on a ball's name. I do.
There's so many to remember. All right, so keep you updated here. John Zerbinski's on the approach off camera at the front 10. He's the tournament leader and looking to cement that here today.
Pretty good. And it's flush.
Yep, it's flush.
As he departs for a second.
Yeah, I'm going to let you do the talking, and I'm going to try to move the camera. Yeah, I'm going to give you the reins to the ship here. Give you the keys to the car.
Whoa, I'm wearing the Big Daddy pants now. Yeah, that didn't last long. Lucas will be right back. All of his fans. Oh, he had to check out the camera. See. First 11 on the approach. His nice, pretty purple shirt. Let's see what happens here. Look pretty good. Oh, he slaps a 10 for 300. Nice game there, Cesar Vinky. I have to give all my guys nicknames. Zach bailing out this game, 96 in the 6 with a 4-bagger now. Shooting 2-0. Get the next one for 2-1.
Well, camera work might have been a little shaky, but at least we got to see it, right?
Yeah.
So congratulations to John Serbinsky on shooting 300. And I mean, I guess at this point the fear for John might be overconfidence. You still got to take it each game at a time,
I don't
right?
think that's a possibility with John.
You think he'll be all right?
Yes.
Stay in the right place mentally?
Yes, I think his girlfriend will keep him in line.
Looks like we might have John Janowitz coming to the featured pair for the next game.
Yank my wits.
It's always a treat to have him.
I like Yank my wits. He's a good guy.
He's another one with a good shot to make it into the top 3. If he can have a good day today.
Hattery getting the second one of the 10 for 2-1. Come on, Marshall Kent. Close out this game.
Steve Smith only going to shoot 170 this game.
Change balls. Change balls.
He's like, do you want me to?
He would actually, if I told him yes.
He probably would.
Probably would the first frame.
He's a smart kid. He's going to listen to you. He knows. He knows what you're talking about usually.
He knows what he's doing.
He's down there counting to see how many pairs he has to skip to get to the his next pair. Is waiting for him to take off his shoe so he can figure it out.
Scoring pace just went up. I see a 220. Yep. I see a 230, a 240, 250, a 230, a 230. Marshall gets the first one in the 10th for 250. Can double for 260.
Yeah, it's a big game for Marshall. He needed it. He was minus 34 on the day, I believe.
Yes.
So he was starting to kind of fall back a little bit.
Yes.
That'll put him right back in the hunt.
Yes, it will.
Can't afford to finish too far down in the standings on a day like today if you're Marshall.
Nope. Good bowler. Really impressed with him and Cameron Doyle. That gives me some hope of our future.
Yeah, those guys are going to, there's a lot of guys out here going to have good careers in bowling.
I tell you, the thing that impressed me the most about Cameron Doyle is spare ball. He doesn't use one.
No, it's like Norm Duke.
But that ought to tell you.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a spare ball. Why? Because his hand does the right thing and his swing's straight, and he makes his spares.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of throw it end over end.
Flat rolls it, and perfect.
That's the best way to learn how to shoot spares if you can, because that way it's an extra ball you can take with you when you go on tournaments, if you're flying, especially if you're flying and stuff.
I didn't have a spare ball.
Yeah.
But then again, when I grew up bowling, a white dot was my strike ball.
Chris Vi, who's another one who's got a great future, the two-hander. He's been on Junior Team USA a couple of times, and he's real solid two-handed bowler. You're going to see a lot more two-handed bowlers.
4 pins, second ball and 10 for 250.
So Marshall's going to shoot 254, it looks like.
Yep. All right. Gets him plus.
Yep.
Gets him in the 30s.
Mark Curtis, 226. Dominic Partipilo, 182. Chris Vi can strike for 209. Tyler SV, 140. And Dylan Woods looking at 227 max. And then again, congrats to John Serbinski, who shot 300 in Game 3. So now we've had a 300 every day so far. We've had 6 of them. Had 3 yesterday, and then 1 each of the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, yesterday I expected when you have playable hold like that.
I'll tell you, John Zerbinski's really showing his bowling ability here this week.
Oh, yeah.
Very versatile, and he's
Yes,
doing
he
the
is.
right things, and it's paying off for him so far. Doesn't matter how many spots he's going to move up in the standings after that 300 game.
I don't know what Casey shot, but he's going to stay ahead of. He's going to go around Zach.
I mean, he could jump from 14th up to 3rd, potentially, or 4th, or 2nd, I mean.
I could go to the lead unless Casey shot 230.
Yeah, that's right. He could go from 14th to the top spot. And talking about making an impact on the point list,
Yeah.
that would be pretty impressive. So we've got 53 and 54 just starting. Kyle King, John Janowitz, Ronnie Fujita, and Dustin Zenner. This is actually a good pair. These are guys who are having a pretty good day today. Kyle King's plus 74, Janowitz plus 65. Fujita is plus 32, and Dustin Zenner is minus 10.
Is there a bowl game today?
There's 2 NFL playoff games today.
I knew that.
I don't know if
They had
there's a bowl.
game
There might be a bowl
yesterday.
game this evening. I don't know. The NFL games are early games.
Oh, they are early
They're,
today?
yeah,
Okay.
there's I think they're 1 o'clock and a 4 o'clock Eastern time. Well, you want to run down to the sports book and play some bets or something?
I wouldn't be caught dead in a sports book.
Those are very tough things to predict.
Yes, they are.
Whitewater coach asked in the chat, Del, what do you enjoy coaching more, pros or college? Imagine it's hard to compare. Pretty different.
Well, he used the word coach. I don't do a whole lot of coaching to the pros.
Yeah, it's more
In the
advising.
college, yes. Making suggestions, seeing what I see on the lane. When it comes to the college, I do a lot more coaching than I do ball ripping.
So basically what we're saying is with the pros, you're not changing a lot of physical game
No.
stuff, but in college bowling, those are the kind of
Yes.
things you're working on.
Yes.
Releases, arm swings,
I'm trying to
timing.
get the swings
Yeah.
lined up.
You tried that with me once, didn't go so well. I'm kind of
Well,
hopeless.
you do it great until you till you left,
Yeah, exactly.
or till I left.
Short-term memory.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm good when somebody's standing behind me and helping me, and if they stay behind me the whole time, I can,
speaking of stay behind it. Do your swing. couldn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah, I know. Well, you know what they say. You get what you put into it, and I don't
Well,
put a whole lot
sure.
into my bowling right now. And so
That's true.
for me, it's more of just a fun thing. And that's all right, No, but not
It is
everybody
what it
has to
is.
be competitive.
That's correct.
I'll never, I'm not the type of bowler who will ever come out here and bowl the Team USA trials because it's not what I aspire to do.
Exactly.
Even though there were some people tweeting at me this week telling me I should bowl next year, and I said, "Are you crazy? I bowl 3 games a week. You think I can bowl 30 games in 5 days?
Yes.
I would fall apart. Pretty sure my hand would turn to ground beef." Well, you came over, brought us some excitement with that 300 game.
Yay, baby.
All the other 300s were, I think, on the low end of the house, pretty
Oh,
far
really?
away from us.
I
Yeah,
didn't know
there
that.
hadn't been one in this section. I'm almost positive we hadn't had one in this area. It seemed like they were all happening like down in the 30s or less.
Right. JT Action Jackson throwing that urethane ball.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet this week. JT Jackson, and who else do we have here? Robert Alteri, AJ Johnson, Nick Johnson, and Blake Demore. So, if you don't know who JT Action Jackson is. He's actually well-known outside
Yes.
of the bowling world. He does commercials and
Yes.
acting, that kind of stuff. And I can't remember what commercial it was he did. He did it with some famous athlete or something.
Yeah.
It was a big commercial, a big spot that was
I
everywhere.
want to say like 7-Up or something.
Something, yeah, it was
Yeah.
something like that. And so he's got some.
I'm sure the fans that are watching live stream right now will
Oh, and he made it.
do the backup ball
Yeah,
at
he
it.
did the backup ball and made it. That was pretty awesome. There you go. He's got some skill right there. Bounced it off the wall.
Nice.
That was pretty cool.
And you know what's funny is he acts like he does it every day.
Yeah.
Every day, baby.
One thing I noticed about JT is he's one of the last ones to arrive every day. I always see him running through with his bowling ball right when
Always.
practice is starting. Well, that's nice to see somebody who really has a passion for bowling. Who
Yes.
It's also, pretty big deal elsewhere in the world.
Whoa, JJ.
AJ didn't like the feel of that. What's he throwing? What is that ball?
It looks like a game breaker.
Okay.
I can't tell if it's a game breaker or black IQ.
I was trying to figure out if he was. You said he was potentially throwing a urethane ball
He
to
was
start,
early
but
on.
that was like a red or pink
Yes, the
stingray,
pink,
right? So,
pink stingray, first game.
and he actually bowled good the first game. I'm pretty sure. Where's he at on the standings? I want to say he shot 250. He shot 239, 191. So he shot almost 240 that first game, and that's not going to make him happy.
Yeah, he's not happy about that one. When you see John raise his eyebrows, that usually means he's not happy. That's about all the emotion you'll get out of him.
Kyle King has really bowled well this week. He was he's
good
right
bowler.
up right up near the top of the standings in the overall coming into today.
I like how he pushes it through with his hand.
He's
Kind of
been
reminds me of Jim Tomek, the way his
Okay.
hand
Yeah,
hits it at the bottom.
Kyle's been on Junior Team USA,
Yep.
and he's too old for Junior Team USA anymore, so he's trying to get a spot on the big team, as we call it. And he's got a legit shot to get there this week.
Yep.
AJ Johnson, he's a Team USA member last year. He looks like plus 24 for the
looks
first
like
three.
it,
Shot
yes.
250 last game to get the plus. So it looks like some of the big names shot big games that last game, and maybe they started to get in the right part of the lane, and they started to get a little bit of feel, and maybe opened up a little bit for that third game.
I think so.
We'll see if it keeps going.
But it looks like people played the patterns pretty. You had a few people who were trying to play way out or way too deep, but not very many. I think they ganged up the right part of the lane, and you're seeing the results of it.
Yeah, and that's worth mentioning. I think, and you can see John Serbinsky off on the right there, crossover for a strike.
Great shot, Binky.
It used to be that the men's field never broke the lanes down right. They're all
Correct.
over the place. And I'm starting to see that change a little bit, especially with the younger players. They're starting to get
They
smarter, I
understand.
think.
Yes,
They're
they
starting to
are.
understand it,
Way smart.
which is that's impressive. It helps the scoring pace, too.
Yes, it does. It helps the scoring pace. Is exactly right.
It's something the women have almost always done, is
They've always done that.
because
yes.
they like to kind of line up in the same part of the lane anyway.
Yep.
And the men are starting to get smarter, I think, and figure that out. Maybe subconsciously. I don't think they're all communicating with each other.
No.
Hey, let's all play 5, but they're just getting smarter in general. And a lot of that has to do with it being such a young field and all the youngsters bowling on the
See,
tough
he's
patterns
trying
in
to hook it.
college.
He's trying to get that ball right at 10 and make it hook down lane.
You don't like that play, huh?
No.
I shot 235 last game.
I like it where it arcs. Doesn't change too much direction down lane. When he's solid 9, the ball really went left.
Yeah. It won't take long for JJ to figure it out, though. He's usually pretty quick with that
Yeah.
stuff.
Serbinsky's already asking me if I know where any daggers are. Because he can tell that's the next. He wants something clean, but kind of smooth around the corner.
Yeah.
That's smooth. I mean, that's smart.
He's looking ahead, huh?
Yep. All right, JJ, nice spare.
Yeah, there's a nice spare. Made that 2-4-10. Doesn't surprise me. He's a great spare shooter.
Yes, he's got a straight swing, and
Yep.
how do you make spares? Straight swings.
We're in game 4 here at the Team USA Trials. 4th round of men's competition. Del, I assume you'll be out at the USBC Masters to ball rep for Storm.
Yep, I'll be there.
It's coming up February 18th to the 24th at Brunswick's own Carolier.
I will be there.
I think it's going to be a pretty good turnout.
Oh, it'll be a huge field.
Because
you can't beat New Jersey for bowling.
Yeah, and the Masters hasn't been out there in a long time.
Yep.
And so I think the last time it was that far east was in Syracuse, and that was a number of years ago now. Yeah.
I was there.
And the U.S. Open has been at Carolier for the last few years, and it's gotten pretty good entry numbers. So I expect, we'll probably get pretty good
East
numbers.
Coast right there has got so many bowlers.
So if you guys are out on the East Coast and want to bowl, themastersbowl.com/masters for more information.
Yep, he's trying to hook it too much. Got that ball to 7-8 and at flat 10.
John Serbinsky?
Yeah. He moved left, but that's what I see is you can't move left and throw it right.
John is he's kind of glancing up here every once in a while at you. He's like, after a shot like that, I guess. He did throw a lot of strikes in a row, so it's not quite time to panic yet.
It's not. You don't see him jumping out of the booth to walk down there.
Exactly. He'll be all right.
Absolutely.
He's 136 over today. That's pretty solid.
I have patience. Hey, Tricky Ricky. Oh, hey, good morning. Dude, I was here before they started.
Talking to Rick Benoit.
Yes. Talking about Bowl U, baby. I told him his logo on his shirt's Bowl U. I said, where's the other 2 words? I will. I will bowl you.
It's amazing how much you can tell somebody just by hand signals.
Yep.
They'll just communicated. Messenger missed.
Kyle's not trying to make his ball hook. Serminki got his about 4 boards right of Kyle's ball. Tried to hook it down lane. Can't try to make it hook down lane like that. He may work on 1 or 2 shots, but odds are it's not going to be very good in the long haul.
And it's interesting to how these guys at the top level can tell just based on how their ball rolls through the pins, whether they got the right look or not. A lot of people don't have that ability.
That was the one. I mean, I can tell by my end result what I felt like I needed to do, but I never saw my ball really roll through the pins enough to be able to make those adjustments. I can do it from back here.
Yeah.
But when I bowled, I couldn't see the first 15, 16 foot of the lane, and I had a hard time following my ball into the pins.
Yeah, it's always easier to do it from back here, especially when you get up a little higher on a platform like this and you can see the ball motion.
I tell you what, I'm glad you brought that up. I would love for the general public, the next time they go to Reno, go to the low end of the house where you can go upstairs and watch balls go down the lane. Because we're all so used to seeing the ball at eye level or a little bit lower than eye level. And say you can take 2 players, say a Robert Smith and a Walter Ray, or a Pete Weber and even Oscar when he's going straight. 2 totally different angles. Down here, it looks like they're just hooking the whole lane.
Yeah.
Go up there and watch it. In the end, they're really only a foot different for 60 feet. But to our eyes down here, it's like they're way drastically different. Go upstairs and see it from a different angle. The perception is so much different, and then you'll be able to see ball motion, ball reaction, when a ball hooks, why it hooks where it hooks.
Yeah, you really can, especially when you get that angle. It's
yeah, exactly.
I've done that a lot, sitting up in the stands at the National Bowling Stadium, watching balls go down the lane. And
see if he big fours, it's ball change time.
Serbinsky on the far right side of your screen.
Nope. All right.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, he closed it down a little bit.
Yeah, he's off to the right of the featured pair, but we can catch a shot of him anytime he's on the left lane. So. shot by Kyle. So after 3 games, John Zerminski did not get to the lead. He's in second because Casey Shepard shot 250. Yeah, so 755.
Who is Casey Shepard?
He's a youth bowler. He's got the asterisk by his name.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with him.
I'm not familiar with him either.
I think he's passed through here at some point, but Casey Shepard, 755. John Zerminski, 736. You only got 4 guys at 700 or better.
Exactly. 100 over.
Kyle Anderson, left-hander at 710, and Zach Katori in 4th at 707. Eddie Van Daniker 5th, along with Michael Coffey at 693.
Rhino in 8th.
Well, let's see where
Nathan, I'm not a bore.
Let's see where Marshall Kent went at, because he was like 118th, and then shot 250.
There it is.
50th. So he went up 60 spots in one game.
Yep.
That's a huge jump.
Yes, it is.
But if Zerminski continues his pace and finishes in the top 5 today, he's going to be in great shape for tomorrow.
Yes, he'll be. I'm not going to say locked in.
Yeah, you can't say locked in this, because if you get lost and it goes away in a hurry,
sure,
you can add a lot of points. But, he will definitely control his own destiny, let's say that.
Oh, yeah. And he's too good a bowler. I mean, he's polished. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I expect Robert Gottschall to bowl well. He's in 10th after 3, 220, 220, 230. He's another guy that kind of likes to keep it in front of him, throw it hard, keep the ball in play, grind. I probably hurt him yesterday with probably having too much ball speed.
Yeah.
That would be
on the long.
Yes.
A.J. Johnson, another great young talent. He's already on junior team for 2013. Yeah.
I like his shirt, too. Oh.
That's right. We're in the Storm.
The purple and gold, baby.
Oh, by the way, we mentioned it yesterday, but if you go to stormbowling.com/lucid, you can get a $20 rebate on a Storm Lucid.
Yes, you
and
do.
Also enter into the giveaway for a trip for 2 to the International Bowling Campus. So might want to go check that out, stormbowling.com/lucid. And look at the screen, John Janowitz with his notepad and his pen. You can see him there making notes. That's smart. He's writing down what he's seeing. He's probably, making sure that he remembers what's going on so that it can help him later. I think it's in a tournament like this where you're crossing a lot of pairs and you might catch a pair twice. It's always good to take notes when maybe you catch a bad pair or something.
Generally it's a section of the house.
Yeah.
Is what I think you'll hear. Just like you just told me, the thing that you made one comment that stuck out in my head this whole day.
The 300s on the low end?
Yes.
Yeah.
Section of the house.
Yeah.
Okay. That tells me that either there's a group of guys down there on the low end that are playing them correctly out of the gate, or it's starting to similar areas, or maybe the low end's a little higher scoring.
Not much activity in the chat. I think a lot of people are watching the PBA show right now. And
I'm actually going to tweet. I'm going to tweet some stuff.
You're on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter.
How about that?
Storm in the bag, or at Storm in the bag.
At Storm in the bag. I'm going to have to look that up.
Yeah. I have my own deal, but I don't tweet, so I couldn't tell you. Yeah, JJ, you're trying to make it look way too much down the lane, too much sideways.
All right, at Storm in the bag.
There you go.
There we go.
Nice shots, Caesar Binky.
I haven't tweeted in 33 days. Come on now. So you can follow at Storm in the bag for it says PBA Hall of Famers Del Ballard and Randy Peterson keep you up to date on what is happening in the world of the PBA Tour and in the world of the Team USA Trials, I guess. So at Storm in the bag if you want to follow those guys on Twitter. Follow me at Lucas_Wiseman. JJ with the spare and the 6th after the double.
Yep, 4-pin. This ball's, he's getting around it so much it's changing direction. Yep.
He caught you. He saw you doing that.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. He's like, I know. He's taking more notes down there.
Just smooth it out. Just smooth it out with your hand. Doesn't necessarily mean that's a ball change, because he's really kind of popping around it.
Yeah.
All right, Steve Smith. Just got a little text from Mike Calderon saying, A.J. Johnson used one of my balls. Mike Calderon, one of my buddies there in Arizona, tour rep for Ebonite for a bit. Great guy, great guy.
Sure, we'll see him at the Masters.
I think
Hopefully.
Jason Couch had taken over that position when he retired.
Well, Mike should come out too. Why not? He should
And
bowl.
I'm hoping Calderon makes an appearance. I know he's doing some stuff internationally for him, but good guy.
AJ. No love on that 4-pin there. Be curious to see if John Janowitz makes an adjustment here.
Let's see what he does. I mean, his ball's
He'll be up here in a second.
just changing directions too strong down lane because he's kind of flipping around it. See if he rolls through it a little bit better and smooths it down lane.
Dylan is asking, with this being a USBC event, how are the players able to change ball surfaces between games? That's a
good. I have that answer, but I know you do.
No, please go ahead.
This is actually governed by the WTBA.
Yep.
And the WTBA rules have in there that you're allowed to. That's terrible. See, it won't go through the pin. See how far right he got that?
Yeah.
And try to make it back. Bad angles. Come on, JJ. You're smarter than that. But the WTBA rules allow you to change surfaces in between games. And what that does, for the reason of, there's a lot of countries out there that don't have the technology or the access to the technology that we do. So it's kind of an unfair fight when we can bring 6 balls to a tournament and they may only have access to 2. So the best way for them to do it is to be able to change surfaces in between games to actually have access to more than 2 ball reactions. Because you can change more with surface than you can with drills.
Yeah,
so.
And they can do that at the World Championships and other international events, and so they're patterning this event after the World Championships to try to make it very similar, have a better feel for the players, and they get an opportunity to have that same experience.
Yep.
And,
makes it a fairer fight for everybody.
John Serbinsky's running over. He wants to chat with you about something.
Uh-oh. Sounds like Caesar Binky. Yes, it is. Oh, from your mom? It is Caesar Binky, baby. If anybody needs a Binky, we know it's Caesar over there. That's funny. Sorry, Mom, for picking on your son, but yeah, he's a good kid.
He is. And a strike spare 3-bagger for John so far this game.
Yep.
Trying to see if we got any more followers for your. You got like 10 more followers on your Twitter account. How about that?
How do you even know that?
You can look right there. Oh, hang on. Just look right. It says you're 413 followers. You had about 403 when you mentioned.
Oh, really?
It. So look at that.
I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you. Storm says get on there and tweet when you're at a tournament, and I actually forgot about it until somebody asked me about it 2 days ago. Said, hey, you've been tweeting?
Oops.
Nope.
It's easy. It only takes a couple of seconds to type it in.
Don't say that. My bosses might hear that.
That's right. Phil Platko is asking Dell, how is Jim Callahan doing after his heart attack? Jim was
doing
here.
Fine. He will be here today for about an hour and a half.
That's what he said. He's trying to limit his.
Yes. He's not going to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning when the women bowl early, but he wants Leanne Barrett staying at his house. Leanne Holzenberg, sorry, Gary. Staying at his house, and he'll be coming up with her, and then his father-in-law picks him up in about an hour and a half after that. So, yep, Big Jim's doing okay. He had a couple stints put in.
Said he had a real scare.
He actually died on the table.
Yeah.
And they had to resuscitate him with the paddles.
Wow.
And so, my boy Jim, I'm glad he's doing well. I mean, he gets tired like, anybody that's had his procedures done. But good guy. Great heart.
Yeah, he is a really good guy, and we always like to have him up on the live stream to chat. And he's a very smart, knowledgeable guy, and so let's hope for a great recovery for Jim and get him back to 100%.
He was a little upset at me last night because I went to go eat at his favorite restaurant off the strip by his house, and I didn't invite him. A, I didn't want him getting out, but B, I was invited, so I didn't feel right inviting him.
Let's see what JJ does on this shot.
Oh, he's trying to just fly around it so hard. Come on. Ah. Have we gotten an update yet on the Game 4? Let's see here. See if we got an update yet. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that email updates is pretty nice, huh?
Yes, it is.
Check your inbox, and bam, you got the standings right in your inbox.
I wish that actually said man ranking. Mr. Rick Benoit sticking his face in here. Yeah. Hey. Says he feels like he's in jail standing by the railing. Not that I would know.
He says working with your son is like being in jail.
Of course it is. Caesar Binky went to the lead in the overall standings. I guess that's where he was. And then Kyle King and Janowitz is third.
Yeah, but look at the point totals. If it stayed like that right now, Zerbinski 26, Kyle King 62.
Yeah.
John Janowitz 70.
Yep, he's got him a nice little cushion.
Yeah, if he can keep it. But some of that is not dependent on him because he's already in second right now. He can't really get much better, whereas the people behind him can get better and narrow the gap. So there are a lot of people behind him who have to make the move to stay in the hunt. But John did open in the sixth, so he's he's not perfect.
No, he actually got that one to hook a little bit. Start too quick. Ball started a little too quick off his hand, left the 410.
John asking a question, chat. You said they're allowed to change surfaces between games or between frames? It's between games. And
but
only the player can do it.
Only the player can do it.
And you can't use a spinner or anything like that. You got to use your hand.
Do it by hand. You can actually polish your ball by hand if you're good enough.
And I have seen some people doing that, too. Barb says Vince Biondo has the front 7 on lane 45. So that's great news for Vince.
Yep. I see an 8th frame, 9 spare.
Yep.
All right. All right.
John Zerbinski way on the right side of your screen there. That looked pretty good.
Whoa, look at that. 5-7 ripped the rack.
Yeah, what was that? The 5-pin that was sliding across the deck? He's bowling good.
Yes, he is. Well, he's a good bowler. He just keeps it in play.
It looks like he didn't throw a very good shot on his split.
He knew what he did.
Wow, Kyle King almost left a blower 7-10 and carried them both.
Maybe they are opening up a little bit more where you can have a little bit stronger change of directions because that ball there, he actually got that to the right. And it flipped up pretty good. I don't know what ball it is. Looks like some kind of red pearl. Yeah, Rick was actually talking to me. He was talking to me about working with his son a little bit, Kenny, down there. And I said, absolutely. I'd help Rick Benoit do anything possible. Great guy. I've learned a lot from him. Extremely intelligent when it comes to ball motion and why the ball does certain things. And he's helped me in the past, and so I'd do anything for him. Because I said to him, how is that father-son relationship working out when you're bowling a tournament?
Yeah, that's got to be tough.
It is. That looks like a marble pearl. Stone 9.
It's a good shot, though. Yeah, it's like trying to coach your wife or your girlfriend.
Yes.
It never ends well. I don't know if you have your experience with Carolyn, but Sometimes it can be a little bit
depends.
frustrating.
Yep, that's a Marvel Pearl that Kyle King just switched to.
He's only going to shoot in the 180s this game, so that's going to set him back a little bit.
Yep.
And you know why? He missed 2 easy spares.
That is correct.
He missed in the 6th and the 8th, and you can't afford to do that, really.
What did we talk about?
Yeah, spare shooting.
You got to grind, and you have to make your spares.
I know he chopped one, and the other one was the like the 3-9 or something weird that he left, and he missed it right and didn't get any of them.
3-6 or
whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Whatever it was 2 pins close together, and anytime you miss those, that's not good. Sometimes these spares can get a little tricky on the sport shots, though. You get the multiple pin combinations, but these guys are good enough; they should make them.
Yes, and he's good enough; he should make them.
A.J. Johnson, a little light there. Looks a little frustrated. Got to keep a cool head, you know? Can't get too invested in every shot. Otherwise, you'll be exhausted. Darwin Weimer has the front 7 on lane 41. I believe he is the gentleman who is the oldest in the field.
Oh, yeah?
I think he just struck again, too. Yeah, he's got the front 8. Janowitz, for what you were saying, he's not playing him exactly right. He is pulling
he's
an
trying
okay
to get around
game.
it too much.
Yeah.
I got to talk to JJ.
Yeah, he.
Yes, he's
still going to be
much.
in the 2 teens this game, but that's because he makes his spares.
Yeah, he will.
But I'm sure JJ would gladly take any advice that you have to pass along. A nice shot there by Dustin Zenner. Ronnie Fujita shot 174, Kyle King 183. Dustin's
doesn't
got a
appear
chance
to be
get
the
205.
highest scoring pair in the building.
Does not. They're
Way to
making
go,
him
Lucas.
look pretty hard.
Way to go.
You think you're a cloud?
Yes.
Hang out with me sometime. It might be the combination of both of us that's crushing dreams right now.
All right. Come on, yeah. Roll through it.
213
JJ,
is JJ's max. He's going to go to the bag and try a different ball, it looks like. JT Action Jackson, 8th frame, working on a strike. I heard that, I'm not real familiar with JT, but I've heard that he's really tried to improve his game a lot.
Oh, yeah, he works at it.
Been working hard at it. It's always good to see, somebody who's working hard at it to come out and bowl, give it a try, You don't know where you stand until you come out and give it a try.
Yep. There you go.
Surmensky,
Finally made the move.
Yeah,
Even
Surmensky
farther
made
left.
a good
roll
shot
for it.
for a double.
Yep. Switching to a gold IQ Tour Pearl. And hey, too quick down lane.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, you might have tugged on it a little bit too.
Yeah.
212 for JJ, and again, because he made his spares, and that's called grinding out
grinding
out the game.
Correct.
So it still keeps him at plus, 77 for the day.
Sure.
That's not a bad score.
We happen to know how Cameron Doyle's bowling today?
Can look. '23rd place at 659, 213, 223, 223.
Okay, just keep grinding, buddy.
Pretty consistent.
Yep.
Darwin Weimer with the front 9. That'd be a story if he shot 300. Neil was on here a couple days ago. He said that Darwin was born in 1945.
Oh my gosh.
So he's, and I was talking
that would
to
be before me.
Yeah, I was talking to Amanda Vermilia's father, who's here. He just moved out to Mesquite, Nevada, which is on the border with Utah and Nevada. And he bowls,
I have been through there.
Yeah, he bowls league with Darwin out there. Darwin lives in that retirement community out there, and We always see him out here bowling Senior Masters and some of the other senior events. So nice to see him coming out and giving it a try here this week. And it would be really cool if he, finished it off. So we'll let you know. It's off camera. We don't have a look at it, but we'll let you know how it finishes up. You can follow along on the live scoring on 41 and 42 if you want to check that out. If you want to follow along with John Serbinsky, who's the tournament leader, he is on 55 and 56.
Strike. Don't remember 4-pin, I think, and a 3-bagger.
Yeah, I'm going to flip over to this other camera. Even though that pair is dark right now, John's on the far right side of your screen.
Ooh, that's about a mile, right?
Oh, wow. He got away with one there. That's when you know things are going your way, right? You carry those hits, that's when you know it's your week.
Let's see, who can I insult him with?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Hey, nice shot, Jack. Nice shot, Jack.
He just dropped his candy. He was laughing.
Jack Jurek. That was
Yep.
a punch at my old buddy Jack Jurek.
Action Jackson. That was a good shot there by JT.
Yep.
JT's having some troubles this game making the easy spares, but got a few strikes up there, you know. He likes that right lane. Struck him the last 3 times on that lane. Well, Zerbinski can shoot 246 this game. That'd be pretty amazing. If, go 300, 240. Anytime you can follow up a 300 game with a game like that,
Yes.
it's pretty solid, especially moving pairs. Steve Smith seems to be struggling a little bit today with his
Trying to
carry.
get his ball to come around the corner. It looks like it goes a little long. It just doesn't make it up the hill.
Apparently Michael Coffey has the front 8 on 59. Yep, front 9 off to the right here. So we got some guys that are stringing some strikes together, huh?
Yeah. They did. They transitioned into something easy. Easier
Yeah, easier.
than they started out.
So we got 2 guys that are in the neighborhood of a perfect game. We've got 2 front 9s right now, and there may be more out there. If you see it, let us know in the chat. But right now we've got 41, lane 41 and lane 59 both have the front 9. And we'll let you know when Michael's up because he's right off to the right of us here. Don't have a camera on it, but it's close enough we can at least see it. And we will get to see, oh, we will not. John Zerbinski's going to finish on the right lane. I was hoping we'd get to see his 10th frame, but a little off camera. Let me see if I can nudge this other camera over a little bit.
Uh-oh. I'm left by myself again. That's probably not a wise thing to do. Oh, but he is a wise man.
All right, you're going to see Zerbinski right there. His 10th frame.
Perfect.
Yep,
Absolutely
that was nice.
perfect.
Over to AJ for his 10th.
Oh, he got it out.
He can shoot 218 this game.
Mm-hmm.
Darwin Weimer, he is, looks like he got the first one in the 10th. And 41. Everybody likes to see the 300 game, don't they? It's amazing. You can watch. You can see which lane is the most popular on the live scoring. Anytime somebody has the front 9, it always becomes that lane. Everybody wants to see what's going to happen next.
Well, here he goes.
Zerbinski. Zerbinski got another one in the 10th. Darwin Weimer on the approach.
Playing out. Going straight. Actually looks like a high road.
I think he left a 10 pin. Yeah, 10 pin, I believe. It's hard to tell. Sometimes the score systems add up the total, or they don't on this one. And
They don't.
I don't think they do. So I think he left a single pin.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, because it didn't reset the deck. So Michael Coffey is up right now, and he's got the front 9.
10.
And he just got another one.
I saw him in line today. Kind of made me want to go to Starbucks.
Michael Coffey, a junior Team USA member this year. Cervinsky's final shot.
Switch ball to a smooth Manic. Cleared the front.
245. Pretty impressive
Solid,
day so far
absolutely.
for him, huh?
How's Cameron bowling? Okay, good. What's that? 82? Okay,
Cameron
good.
Doyle plus 82.
Good. Grinding. Just doing what he's supposed to.
Michael Coffey's got the front 10 right now on lane 59.
Shot another 223. Yeah, 223, 213, 223, 223, 223. How's that?
That's pretty consistent.
Yes, it is.
It's about what you would hope for. There's nothing wrong with that. Those are good scores. Michael Coffey on the approach off camera with the front 10. See if he gets another one here.
Crino. Oh, got a strike. Yeah, baby. Double in the 9th and 10th.
Yeah, Michael got another one. All right, Del, once again, I'm going to let you call Michael's last shot. I'm going to try to adjust the camera
Come on.
and hold it in my hand and see if we can make it happen here.
Whoa. All right. Did everybody hear that? I thought so. On the approach, lane 59. Can't tell what ball he's using there. Looks like a slap a 10 for 300. Looked like a 505C green track ball. Congratulations to Michael Coffey. There we go.
So that's number 7. Second one today.
Yes, it is.
Looks like the live scoring went down, but let's see if we can get that back up.
All right, well, I'm going to go take a tour.
Yeah, thanks for...
I may even head to the room and lay down for a little bit. I'm not feeling just the best today.
Okay, yeah, you got to get some rest for the women's squad coming
Yes.
up this afternoon. So.
The guys look pretty good, so.
Yeah. Thanks, Del, for
All right,
sitting
sir.
in. Appreciate
Take
it,
care.
and we'll see you a little bit later. Del Ballard Jr. sitting in as we wait for the end of this fourth game here. 217 for Robert Altieri. JT Jackson, 148. AJ Johnson, 207. Nick Johnson, 169. Blake DeMore can shoot 203. And we'll wait for the start of the next game. 51 and 52 should get started pretty quick here, and the guy who just shot 300, Michael Coffey, will be on this pair. Justin Mandel, Devin Williams, Tyler Cruz, Jordan Ferrer also will be on 51 and 52 here for Game 5. 53 and 54, they should be getting started in the next few minutes. They're still finishing up the 10th frame down on 61 and 62, and they're the ones coming down to 53 and 54. So we'll keep it here on 51 and 52 for you while they get started with Game 5. watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Game number 5 underway. Got some new bowlers on 53 and 54 now. Got Sean Mott, Kenny Benoit, Deron Booker, Justin Gartner, and Daniel Kimmer. And you can follow along on the live scoring application that we've got for you. That is on bowl.com, as well as just below the video that you are watching. You can click on the link for the live scoring or the live stats, get the update for you. Jeremy asking what the schedule is for live streaming after the Team USA trials. You can find that on bowl.com/livestream, bowl.com/livestream. I think the next event for me is going to be coming up last week or so of January. I'll be at the Kutztown Invitational in Reading, Pennsylvania for an NCAA event there. That'll be a good one. That's a lot of the top teams in NCAA women's bowling are going to be there, and so that should be pretty cool. And then I think we have another NCAA event, and a few days later, that's going to be at the ITRC, the Prairie View A&M Invite. And after that, I think I need to update our schedule because need to work on that here. We don't have a lot in February that we're live streaming other than that Prairie View A&M Invitational, first, second, and third. The Masters, of course, will be taking place, and that will be live streamed by the PBA Extra Frame service because it's a PBA tour stop. So they'll be doing the live streaming for that event. I will, of course, be in New Jersey for the Masters to do all the media work. And you might hear my voice a time or two on the Extra Frame broadcast if time allows. Daniel Kimmer, second frame on this pair. You can see Michael Coffey there in the blue shirt, shot 300 last game. This game he's spare strike, plus 193 on the day. It's going to put him right up there near the top of the standings. Maybe even in first, because he was fifth going into game 4 and then shot 300. So not sure if he, I don't know that he got ahead of Zervinsky. In fact, well, hang on, I think he did actually, because Zervinsky shot 230 or 240 that game, 245. So he'll be just ahead of John by just a couple of pins. And not sure what Casey Shepard shot last game. Casey Shepard shot 205 last game, so he will not be in the lead any longer. He's plus 160. It looks like it might be Michael Coffey plus 193, John Cervinski plus 181, and then maybe Casey Shepard at plus 160 when the standings come out for today. Should have them any minute. Ron Booker, strike in the fourth. See, they're just kicking off the fourth frame on 53 and 54, 51 and 52 in the fifth frame. Split there for Tyler Cruz. Casey Shepard has the front four this game on 63. He's bowling on the same pair as John Cervinski this game. Sean Mott leaves the 9-pin. Looked like a pretty good shot, too. Just checking up on my Twitter here. Got some tweets that came in the last 45 minutes or so. Dakota Vostri says, "This is what I'm doing for the rest of the day," and he's got a picture of the live stream on his computer. I'm going to retweet that for you, Dakota. Thank you for watching. And David asks me what has been my favorite destination for a broadcast on a live feed. Good question. I like to take the international trips. So Puerto Rico was pretty good. Did a zone tournament there one year. Went to Hong Kong last year. That was a pretty good trip. Hong Kong's pretty cool. Had some trips with Team USA that before we did live streaming to Bangkok, Thailand, one of my favorite cities in the world. Pretty cool place. So that's a lot of fun there. But you can tweet at me if you want, at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman, if you want to tweet at me. Just got the updated standings coming in. And Michael Coffey did take the lead after 4 games with that 300. He's at 993, so plus 193. It's pretty much exactly like we thought it would be. John Cervinski in second at plus 181. Casey Shepard in third at plus 160. Vince Biondo continuing to bowl well. He's in fourth at plus 130. Eddie Van Daniker in fifth at plus 117. And let's take a look at the overall standings. And if it stayed just like that, John Cervinski would be in the lead with 26 points. And then next closest would be Vince Biondo in second at 65. So that's a interesting development as Vince has moved up the standings. Nathan Bohr would now be in third at 71. John Janowitz and Aaron Lawrence tied at 72. So very interesting trend kind of developing here in the points standings on this fourth day. And Neil Stremmel is looking at the standings as well, USBC Managing Director of National Governing Body. Neil Stremmel sitting in with us now, and you're looking at the standings just like I am, and John Cervinski has an opportunity to really, put himself in a great position tomorrow if he can keep this up.
Yeah, he's been in the top 10 3 out of the 4 days. If he stays there today, and 17th on day 2, so he's has the potential to have a huge lead as of today, at the end of today. But yeah, after that, 65, 71, 72, 72, 75, 76, 78, and then a big jump into the 90s. So, from second all the way to about 9th is actually pretty tight. So it could get a lot of movement. Still some movement today as well as tomorrow. So
yeah,
should
and
be interesting.
The way things are going, I was thinking when we started the week, you're probably looking at around 80 points to make the top 3. That was kind of my guess, Yep. And I think that might be in the neighborhood. It might be a little more than that. It might be a little less than that. But, I mean, that's kind of what it's shaping up to be, it looks like.
Yeah, it'll probably be, like you say, somewhere in the 80s, maybe low 90s.
We'll just have to see, though. I mean, that number can really change a lot. Those points can really change a lot depending on – it doesn't – the people at the top of the standings aren't the only ones who affect it. It's everybody who affects the points on the last day.
Yep, you could have, somebody who's currently in the 40s, lead tomorrow. So, I mean, right now
yeah, you have 5 guys that are in the 40s coming in today, take top 5 spots tomorrow. Then all of a sudden, the guys at the top are getting more points than they have been, and, it can really affect the outcome.
Yeah, so Michael Coffey, who's leading today, I mean, he's in 25th overall.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of good days and a bad day, and at the end of it.
Yeah, he's on the feature pair right now.
Excellent. So at the end of it, we'll definitely be looking at things like, total pins and who's good on what patterns, and we need a good combination. We need people who can bowl on a variety of stuff.
Yeah, good news for Michael Coffey is he's already on junior team for 2013. So no matter what, he's part of the program for this year.
Correct.
So he's trying to get on Team USA, which.
Correct, and this is a great experience for him.
Yep.
And even if you're not quite ready to make the team, but you're getting better, and you're high school or college, this is one of the best tournaments to bowl to truly see some interesting, tough conditions and get a lot of experience.
Yeah, and it's unlikely, almost really hard for Michael Coffey to make the top 3 at this point, sitting with 152 points. That's the least he can have after today. And that's not going to be enough to make the top 3, I don't think. He'd have to be 153 would be his best possible score at this stage. But this is also a proving ground. He's a youngster, he's a young bowler, and this is something that this may not lead to him being on the team this time, but he's proving himself in the coach's eyes, and they certainly will look at him, a much better light based on performances like this.
Yeah, exactly. As time goes on, the years go on. Obviously, he'll be on junior team, so he'll get the attention of the coaching staff. But somebody like Steve Smith, who bowled this tournament a couple of years and didn't make the team, but started to show himself and prove himself on some different conditions, and then got selected one year, and then last year bowled his way on, getting a 2nd overall, and he's basically come here and shown himself and then proven himself, and then you manage to get on the team. It's rare that you just show up to your first team trials and blow the field away or blow the coaches away and make the team. It's usually people that we've seen before and become more and more familiar with as time goes on. It's just part of the deal.
And it's not impossible for the selection committee to pick somebody who's a newcomer,
of course not,
as a selection. But they do like that to see people multiple times and see how they perform multiple events. And to be honest with you, they're not always just looking at this event either. They're taking into consideration if you bowl the Masters, if you bowl the Queens, if you bowl the U.S. Open, what your Junior Gold, what your accomplishments are outside of this as well when they're looking at the selections. That's why they make them fill out a bio sheet. Everybody fills out a bio sheet, turns that in, and they're going to look at that stuff too.
Yep, excellent point. That's important.
Yep.
It's important, for consistency and longevity and understanding of tough patterns that we bowl on internationally, because that's what we're focused on. We're focused on making sure we put out the best team that we can at all of our international tournaments. Our goal is to win gold medals, number 1. And it doesn't always bode well for the feel-good story of somebody who shows up for the first time and does decent, but maybe gets passed over or what have you, but that's part of the process.
Casey Shepard, last I checked, had he's got the front 7 on 63, so he's bowling pretty good today. He was in third place coming into that game.
Yep, he's been right up there all day long,
and he's a youth bowler, so he's out here proving himself. And he's in, we're looking at the point standings. He's not doing too bad. He's Casey Shepard, 86th, 29th, and 10th, and 3rd so far today. So those are pretty good totals, and I think that he is right in the mix for a Junior Team USA spot, because if you look at the overall standings, the top 2 juniors as of right now are Marshall Kent and A.J. Johnson, and they're already on Junior Team USA.
Correct.
And so then you got E.J. Tackett, Mikey Preston, Dominic Partapilo, Cameron Doyle, Casey Shepard, Wesley Lowe, all, the next 6 or so in the youth division. And so those are the guys who are really going for the automatic spot on the men's side. There's 2 automatic spots for the kids team, the junior team.
Correct. And, same for the boys and the girls.
Yep.
And so they're in pretty good shape, and the fact that Marshall Kent and A.J. Johnson are the top 2, and I guess not a surprise. They've got a lot of experience and are doing well and leading from the junior point of view.
Yeah, and that's why we designate on there the JR on the standings, because that means that they're not
Already
eligible.
Yeah,
they're not eligible for the automatic spots. That'll go to the next 2 in the standings. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah,
you are correct.
And then 2 picks. The selection committee will pick 2 more boys, 2 more girls for the junior team from either this field or the Junior Gold finals field, right?
Correct. And, a lot of times it's a combination because you get people that bowl. You get a lot of people that bowl both junior gold and here. If you're the top couple of percent in junior gold, because we're talking 2,000 bowlers there. But those are the people that show up here as well to try to get on the junior team or both teams, as has happened many times.
Nicholas Pate has the front 8 on lane 24. So we got a front 8 on 24 and a front 7 on 63.
A couple of good scores there on 24, and Michael Coffey's got a string going now that he's got lined up and finding it.
Yeah, shot 300 last game, and I'm sure he wished he could stay on that pair, but had to move. Takes a while sometimes to get it again on the next pair, and he's got it going now in the back half of this game.
Yeah, and again, that's what it's like internationally. You bowl a good game, and then you got to move, and the whole thing is about quickness. You got to throw your first ball, watch your teammates, know and understand your teammates well, listen to your coach, and try to get lined up as quickly as possible. Scout out the pair before you even go. There's a lot of things like that go on, and you just don't want to throw away frames. You want to make a logical choice and a good shot right off the bat. And if you need to make an adjustment, make it. Hope that the pair is a good, consistent pair from right lane to left lane, and go from there. And if you can get those first 2 strikes and be comfortable, it's that's a huge difference between a split and a washout. It's unbelievable. So we just can't afford the splits and washouts, because you bowl internationally, you bowl 6 games for doubles, 6 games for singles, and then when you're bowling trios, you get 3 games one day and then 3 games the next day, and so you just do not have time to sit and figure it out, and you don't get practice on every pair you bowl on.
Nick Pate with the front 9, Casey Shepard got a spare. And that's one thing, I'm really looking forward to the World Championships in August and being able to bring that coverage to you guys here on Bowl TV for the men and the women, because it really is a spectacle. I mean, it's one of the greatest events in the sport of bowling. And you've been to so many of them, as have I, Neil, that the talent level is just so amazing, and there's so many different styles and training processes that get you there. The Koreans, the Japanese, the Finnish, the Singapore. I mean, it's just amazing to watch all of the different. It's like a weird environment. It's different. You got the Koreans doing their hooting and hollering, and you got the Finns who don't really smile or get excited about anything, and it's pretty interesting to watch, and it's a real treat, and it's going to be pretty cool to see, and it's so competitive. I mean, the singles event. Really, 6 games, you have no idea who's going to win. I mean, you really don't.
It is really tough to win, yes.
Because it's such a quick format. And so it's very entertaining. And but it also, you got to have the best players you possibly can, because otherwise you're going to get run over quickly.
Yep, because you got to be quick. You got to jump on your pairs and jump on them right away and get the pins. And that's one of the reasons why we have team trials right here at Sunset Station, is the combined World Championships later this year for 2013 is going to be here in this building. So, of course, we want to pick our team on the same surface that we're going to be bowling our biggest event on, since it's an opportunity for us. We've picked 5 of the WTBA patterns, and that's what we're bowling on. And maybe one of these, maybe 2 of them will be what we bowl on in August. So, and
to be clear, we don't pick the patterns for the World Championships.
Yeah, correct.
I don't even know who's the technical delegate for that. Do you know?
Marios Nicolet.
Oh, from where's he from?
Cyprus.
Yeah.
Great guy from Cyprus. He's part of the European zone. I know he'll do, his due diligence to make sure he picks appropriate patterns that are going to play well and score appropriately and be fair, right and left, as well as different types of styles, whether you're straighter or you just want multiple angles of attack. And it's such a big tournament that you want to make sure you do a good job in your selection, and I have confidence he'll do a great job.
He should have a lot of data to pull from because these patterns have been put down a lot in this bowling center. So
that's true.
If he does his homework, I'm sure he'll be able to figure out exactly what he wants to put out there for it.
Yeah. If I were him, I've done that before where I've been the technical delegate for a World Championships. If I were him, the pattern we're looking at today would be one of the ones I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
Paris
seems pretty fair. This one seems pretty fair.
Yeah.
Atlanta today.
Atlanta, correct. Paris is, a little too easy, a little too high scoring. A lot of hold in the middle. The Beijing pattern we used earlier too. That was a good pattern for a short pattern. It was not easy. Most of the short patterns have a really defined spot to play, and it was there, but you had to be solid. You had to be consistent. So that was one of the tougher short patterns, and if you knew what you were doing and committed to the shot, you could really ring up some scores. But if you didn't, it was a huge difference from top to bottom.
And
Nicholas Pate is
he's got the front nine. He's up on 24 if you want to follow it on the live scoring. A lot of people may look at the scores and say, laser easy, but that's not how it works. We got good players here, and anytime you get good players, they're going to hit it. I mean, that's the way it works. These are not easy patterns by any means. They're all sport bowling compliant, correct?
Correct. They definitely are, and this is one of the tougher ones right here, and we still have some great scores out there.
Yep.
But you watch these guys bowl, they look great, and there's a lot of good coaching out there, a lot of very high talent level, and bowlers are just getting better all the time, and it's a big part of it, coaching and talent and athleticism and nutrition. It's becoming a bigger and bigger aspect of our game, and you can see it as you look up and down the lanes here.
And even within the 12 WTBA patterns, there's 12, right?
Correct.
There's varying degrees of difficulty. They're all sport compliant, but they're not all brutal and they're not all easy. There's a mix, right?
Yes. Yeah, like we said, Paris it's a long pattern. It's the longest pattern, and so for years people shied away from it, but it's been used enough now and people are starting to realize it's actually one of the easier ones.
It's long, but it doesn't have a lot of volume, right?
Right. It's the lowest volume and the longest pattern, so it's an odd combination, but gives you some hold in the back part of the lane, in the middle of the lane, and so that's part of the deal. But if you take one of the other long patterns,
Pate opened in the 10th for 265.
Oh yeah, that's familiar. I've done that before.
Me too.
Mexico City is another long pattern, and it is one of the toughest. And it's dreaded. It's the dreaded pattern. Los Angeles is the toughest short. I think Atlanta, that's my opinion, is the toughest medium, and Mexico City is the toughest long. That's all my opinion. But it depends on the bowling center. Sometimes you have bowling centers that maybe topography-wise they run downhill. That makes all the long patterns tough because your ball has so little distance to pick up and hook, and if it's running downhill, your ball just doesn't get any back end, and the long patterns all become very difficult.
Yeah, and the Paris pattern may be easy in this bowling center, but Rocio's watching. If Rocio lays down that pattern at her bowling center in Columbia, it may not be easy like it is here.
Right.
It may play different. Patterns don't play the same in every bowling center.
Right, and that's the job of the technical delegate, is to go there, start to understand the situation with the bowling center and the lanes, and sometimes you get to a bowling center and the outside couple of boards, that's where they screw down the panels, and if that's what's going on, the outside couple of boards can be totally over torqued depending on who did it. You get some local guys in the middle of whatever country you're in, and the outside couple of boards are a nightmare, and so now you go to play a short pattern, and the topography on the outside near the gutters is a disaster. So now all of a sudden all the short patterns are really tough or virtually impossible, and the technical delegate needs to test that, and that's part of their job. You know, some places the short pattern's inappropriate to put out. Some places the long pattern's inappropriate to put out, and that allows you to avoid those patterns and use a medium and something else. So I think it's worked out well. We've gotten to a point actually internationally that the patterns that the technical delegates, you know, Mario's a good example. He picks good patterns, and they score appropriately. And it's gotten to the point internationally where a lot of people think, well, let's just draw them out of a hat. No, that would be we'd go back to, you know, where we were over 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, where every once in a while you have a disaster tournament where nobody can score, and it becomes a crapshoot, and a variety of strange things start to happen with the styles that dominate a tournament, and you're just like, how'd that happen? It's because technical delegate didn't do their job, or something unique or strange happened. But we've gotten much better in WTBA at picking this, so much so that people think it's easy again, and that's not the case.
Let's run through the scores for you. Justin Mandel, 179. Michael Coffey, 190. He went open in the last 2 frames.
Wow. Yeah.
Dervin Williams, 202. Tyler Cruz, 212. Jordan Ferrer going to shoot 204 if he strikes on the fill. Just starting the 10th frame on 53 and 54. And Casey Shepard's at 255. John Zerbinski, 194. So John Zerbinski coming back down a little bit this game.
We talked about this, I think, yesterday, about how you got some tough patterns, and people hit them right off the bat sometimes, a lot of times. But then, in the middle games, they can be tough. And then you get maybe to the last game or two, and they start to open up again. But depending on your style, depending on where you're going, eventually things change. And Zerbinski was shooting some good scores, and now I think things have changed, and he's very good at picking that up and making adjustments. But either got a tough pair right there, or things are changing faster than he expected. And this is a tough pattern to begin with, so it makes it tough to have a really, really big set on a pattern like Atlanta. You might get a good game early, you might get a good game late, but it's hard to have solid games all the way through. Yeah.
So wrapping up Game 5. 176 for Duran Booker. Sean Mott left the Greek Church here in the 10th, so he's going to be in the 180s unless he can find a way to make it. Let's see if he gives it a run here. Maybe bounce it out. Not going to happen that way.
No, he went to the Neil Stremmel School of Bowling. I like to leave the Greek Church in the 10th frame also. And I don't know if I've ever gotten that, actually.
I think it's easier to make it if you go for the 2 and slide it over.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I always go for the 3, and I'll get 4 plenty of times, but I don't think I've ever gotten them all. I've gotten the big 4 a few times, but
2 years ago we had the team trials here, and I brought my bowling balls, and I actually practiced here at Sunset Station at night. And when you practice, you can set up the machine so you can put down any pins combination you want during practice.
Yeah.
I set up the Greek Church. I said, I'm not leaving until I make it. It took me 45 minutes. I shot it for 45 straight minutes, and I finally bounced it out and made it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. I was getting tired of shooting it.
I don't know. That's the kind of thing you could have spent a lot more time trying to do it. I don't know.
I got lucky. Yeah. I must have shot it a ton of times. I can't tell you how many times I shot it before it finally happened. And I made it, sliding it over. And then one of the pins from the high bounced out.
You made it from the 2 side.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to. I try not to leave it. Maybe
exactly.
Then I don't have to worry about it.
It depends on if you're in a situation where you really have to make it, to win a game or something.
Yeah, usually if you go for pin count, I have a better chance of getting 4.
Yeah, I usually go for the count.
I just go for 3, and then maybe I'll get 4.
Drew asking, Lucas, what do you think is more difficult, college patterns or WTBA patterns? It depends. Some college tournaments use the WTBA patterns, as Andy mentions, and some college tournaments put out patterns that are harder than the WTBA patterns, like Nick Hoagland at the Hoosier Classic. He likes to put out just brutally hard patterns and stuff that's like flat, like 1-to-1, like U.S. Open style patterns.
Yeah.
But the college kids love that stuff. They love to bowl on the tough stuff.
Yeah,
the Whitewater coach says there needs to be a collegiate bank of patterns, though, which, maybe one day that's something that'll happen. But
you got to get somebody to step up, and Nick Hoagland would be a good example. I'm sure he can put together a bank of patterns. It's really helped from a WTBA standpoint because, years ago there used to just be one pattern, and one person, the technical delegate at the time, becomes the person that picks, here's what everybody's going to bowl on. So it became the lane man. This was the complaint. The lane man is the person that's deciding who's going to win.
Yeah.
So when we went to two patterns, that began to help. But still, if you tweak a pattern at the last minute or do something different, people were saying, why did you help this person? It's never for that reason. It's to try to make it better or more fair. But anytime you do that, anytime you tweak it, somebody thinks, because it's going to help somebody, or somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. And so obviously you helped one person, so why did you do that? So when we went to the banks of patterns, then now nobody tweaks it. All you do is you go through that bank and you find two that make sense and are fair. And we've cut down on the amount of complaints.
Yeah.
People don't seem to think or believe, whether it was happening or not happening, that anybody's messing with the patterns, tweaking the patterns, screwing with the patterns, trying to help somebody. And it's just gotten away from those type of complaints, and we can focus on bowling again.
And getting back to the idea of having a bank of college patterns, you could say that you already do have a bank of college patterns.
Yeah.
Just use the WTBA patterns. You've got 12 patterns of varying difficulty there. There's no reason why, and that information is all completely out there. If you go to world10pinbowling.com,
Yep.
It's got everything you need to put it into a lane machine, right?
Correct. It's got the patterns for the Kegel lane machines.
Yeah.
It's got the patterns for the 822, which is made by Brunswick, and the Summit, which is made by AMF. So we've got all the major manufacturers covered. All the numbers are in there. You can go in there and plug those numbers into whatever type of machine you have, and voila. You have a tough pattern that simulates WTBA competition from World Championships, or get your own collegiate type bank going. Yeah.
Ken Benoit shot 205. Justin Gartner 192 and Daniel Kimmer 189. They are done on 53 and 54. So now 51 and 52. They've started with their final game. Nick Adams, Wesley Edwards, Willie Thomas, Jay Futrell, David Schwartz are on that pair. But hey, having the college tournaments bowl on these WTBA patterns, not only would they have challenging patterns, but hey, it also helps the kids that are bowling in this thing, because then they get more exposure to the patterns in competition. So that can't be a bad thing.
Yeah, I would view it as a step forward, because just like we use it here for team trials. I mean, we could use whatever patterns we wanted here when you get down to it.
Yeah, you could.
But why would we not do it this way? These are the patterns that are going to be used this year in WTBA competition. I want to pick the team based off of this. This makes the most sense to me. That's why we make a lot of the decisions we make. It's based on what we need for the team, from the team, and make the decisions based on that and move forward. That's where the point system came from. That's why we use these patterns, why we use more than one of these patterns. Now we've added little finals, because that happens a lot. They have the finals in world competition, and while in a lot of cases it's not fair that somebody leads, but this is the way it is on the PBA and all over the world. You may lead by 100 pins, but then you bowl one game on TV and lose that one game. You just got second.
Whitewater coach makes a good point that the WTBA patterns don't hold up well with 5-person teams bowling 6 games. So I guess that's
a good point.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
They're designed for shorter, I guess a little bit shorter format events.
Yeah, they're designed for what they do, which is 6 games of doubles and singles, which is two people on a lane, 4 people on a pair, and then for trios and team you have 3 or 5 on a lane, but you only bowl 3 games. So you're right, they're not designed, and they don't need to hold up for marathon bowling sessions. And definitely some of the collegiate events are exactly that.
Trust me, I know they're marathons because I sit there and watch them for like 14 hours in a day while they bowl 12 5-player team games. You know?
Yep.
Those are long days.
And I try to listen to you for those 14 hours straight.
Yeah. Not even my mom wants to listen to me for 14 hours straight.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
We got new players on 53 and 54. Darren Young, Jarrett Mizo, Andrew Anderson, Alex Weaver, and Jacob Camacho. And the women will be coming up, probably start at 2, I would guess. Supposed to start at 1:45. They started at 2 a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Probably somewhere between 1:45 and 2, I would guess. We should be done about 2:40 or about 12:45.
Yeah.
So takes about an hour or so to oil. So.
Yeah, this the time it takes to oil each lane with this pattern. Yeah, it'll probably. And we got. Actually, we don't have 70 lanes to do, so yeah, it should be 1:45 to 2 right in there.
Yep, somewhere in that time range. And then tomorrow, the women bowl first, starting at 8 o'clock Pacific time. The men are 12:45. And then the finals start at 6. That's the. And we should probably be pretty close to that schedule, I would think.
Yeah, it's been.
The guys have been finishing up about 5:30 when they've been on the afternoon squad, so that should have plenty of time. Half hour should be plenty of time to get started for the stepladder on Monday night. And then the announcement of the Team USA selections, Junior Team USA selections, will come right after the stepladder, right here live on Bowl TV. So we told the selection committee they don't have the option of taking extra time this year. They have we got a live show that we got to show, so they got to be out here and ready to go.
That is correct.
After the stepladder. So I'm sure you're relaying that message to them.
It has been, and definitely will be again tomorrow. But they should have no excuse from a women's standpoint because they'll be done, like you said, early. And then we'll have an hour anyways for the show to be able to finish those selections for the guys.
Yeah, it should be pretty cool to find out who got picked for the team. And, you know, it's going to be 10 men, 10 women on Team USA, and we'll end up with 10 boys and 10 girls on junior team. So those are the people who are going to represent us in championships throughout the year, especially important on the guys and the men and the women's side because we got the World Championship. The youth have the PABCON Youth in Puerto Rico.
Yes.
In July, right? I think it's in July. First week in July.
Yeah.
Right before Junior Gold, I believe. So they have something to bowl as well, but not a World Championship year for the youth. That'll be 2014 in Hong Kong.
Correct.
Yeah.
That'll be an interesting trip for the youth. Hong Kong's a great city. I love going there.
It is. It's really cool. And I'm hopeful that maybe we can live stream that. I think we live streamed in Hong Kong for the Women's Worlds. And, I
think we're in the same bowling center.
Yeah, so. Should be in the same bowling center. And there was a real disappointment out there that the World Youth wasn't live streamed last year and out there. So hopefully we can find a way to get that done for 2014. But that's a long ways away from now. Got to find your way on a Junior Team USA if you want to have a chance to potentially bowl in Hong Kong in 2014. So.
Yep, it'll be a lot of fun and it'll be great competition, that's for sure.
Those trips are always great, especially for the youth bowlers when they get a chance to go out of the country and experience new culture, and a lot of them it's their first international trip. I remember we had the PABCON Youth in the Dominican Republic a couple of years ago. And we left from here in Vegas after Junior Gold to go there, and I traveled with 6 of the 8 players on the flight. And we got to the check-in counter, and of the 6 players, 5 of them had never traveled before and had not even signed their passport yet. And the lady at the check-in desk is like, "You guys have to sign your passports." So we had to stand there and wait for them to sign their passports to get checked in. It's a pretty cool experience for them to be able to go to a different country. It's one of the benefits of being on Junior Team USA, especially, is you get that experience.
Definitely, yep.
A lot of the guys that make Team USA have been out of the country before, especially now with the World Bowling Tour growing and people traveling more to bowl.
Correct.
That's one thing. All expenses paid trip to,
Yep, that's
these tournaments if you get picked to bowl.
Cover the cost to send our team around the world to wherever the competition is.
And a lot of countries don't have that benefit. A lot of countries, they pay their own way.
That's true. Collegiately, we were talking a few minutes ago, one thing that could be done if you know what you're doing is take the WTB patterns and increase the volume setting on the machine. So you put out a higher volume. It's the same essential pattern, but you need to get more volume out there so it'll hold up longer. That would be one fairly easy thing that would probably work pretty well. And you know, if the pump setting set at 40 mics, or 40 microliters, bump it up to 60 or 65, and that'll increase the volume quite a bit.
There you go. And I'm sure that anybody who's running a USBC collegiate event, if they wanted some more advice on that, the USBC equipment specs team probably happy to offer any advice offline, email in or check in. We've got some experts who are happy to offer some advice on that.
Yep, you're exactly right. Dave Nestor and Herman Glenn down in the equipment specifications department have done many lanes on their own and set patterns and what have you. And we have done patterns for some collegiate events, so I'm sure we already have some in storage that we could tweak or bust out or what have you, depending on where you're at, what the surface is, and how many games.
Jay Futrell. That one goes a little high. He's plus 24 today. Looks like he's has the best score on that pair. Andrew Anderson plus 86. Jarrett Mizo plus 59 on this pair. Kind of a temperate scoring pace today. Not as I had a couple of 300s, but scores aren't that high across the board, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a tougher pattern, and game one, you get your practice. That's your good shot to get a good game. Hopefully you can get that done, and then after that, it's tough. It's tough to get the first couple of strikes, and if you do, hopefully you can feel dialed in. If you don't, you got to get it figured out and get dialed in.
We've got 65 people that are at even or better after the first 4 games, but you've got almost 30 of that 65 are averaging about 210 or less. So that's kind of, they're grinding it out, making spares, catching doubles.
Yeah.
It's not really super high scoring.
Right.
I mean, you got some guys at the top, always going to happen, who are whacking them.
Yeah.
But and that was after 4 games, but got game 5 still waiting for that update to come in. Should be any minute. As soon as I hit the send button on that email alert, I'll let you know, and I'll give you the update.
It's usually been taking 4, maybe even 5 frames to get that out. We'd like to get that a little bit faster.
But it has been going well this week from a scoring standpoint. Knock on wood, with the live scoring and the live stats and the results getting done quick. It has been going really well, and we have to thank Brunswick for the help, sending one of their reps out. That's really made a big difference to help us out.
Yeah, Rick Cruz from Brunswick has been one of the key people here to help us out, make sure we got everything talking software-wise. And it's been a big help. It's been exciting. It's been new, which is what we like to do.
Yeah, it's amazing how smooth things can run when you get somebody who knows the entire back end of a scoring system. They know it top to bottom. They can manipulate it like they want.
Yep, that's true.
And it makes it a lot easier. And so that's a nice thing to have. And hopefully Rick will be coming out for the World Championships.
He is.
Okay, that's good news.
He's been scheduled to, and he's planning to. And now that he's tested things out for us here and messed around with all the different systems and the software, we should be in good shape right off the bat. We're looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's what we're doing this week, testing, and we were letting you guys have a sneak peek on it with the live scoring and the live stats, just while they're testing it.
Yeah.
Because no reason to keep it hidden. Might as well let you guys check it out. It's some cool features. I think a lot of people really enjoy it.
So we got Jacob Camacho on again. I don't know if it's yesterday or the day before.
And he's been on a few times.
And he.
I think he throws it good.
Yeah, he throws it good. He's not doing quite as well today. It's tough, but I think I said that he was 11 or 11 and a half the other day, but I believe he's about 17 or 18. And he just looked young to me, just like
small stature, small in stature, but he's bowling well.
Yep.
Probably
got a double there going, so hopefully got a good game.
Yeah. He's got real soft ball speed, though. Maybe one area that he needs to work on, but sometimes that's a real benefit.
Yeah, that's definitely a benefit on this pattern. I've noticed that the people that have been able to consistently hit them from pair to pair have nice, easy, smooth, soft release that floats the ball out there, gets it out there without any of the inconsistencies that can come with trying to really rake on the ball.
Yeah.
And it's
Dell was talking about that earlier. Ball speed really important on this pattern. Can't throw it too hard, otherwise it's not going to be a very good result.
Yep, not going to make it back, and it just adds to the inconsistency.
Well, let's see, what frame are we in here? We're in the fourth frame on 53 and 54, and right next door, 51 and 52. They're in the fifth. That's a little bit outside.
At least he didn't leave another 4-9 that he'd have to pick up.
Yeah, he did make the 4-9 last frame.
Yeah, it was a nice shot.
He almost cut it too thin when he made it.
Yeah, actually.
It almost went in front of the 9, which I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's painful when you do
that.
That
is painful.
I hate that.
It's like a punch in the gut.
Yeah, that's when I ask for my money back.
I'll tell you, the players are getting their money's worth this week with this format and the entry fee. You get to bowl 30 games. That's a heck of a lot of games. Yep. There aren't a lot of tournaments anymore where you bowl 30 games for your entry fee.
Yep. And it's, we talked earlier about the format and why we do it certain ways. And, of course, I've said that it's based on WTBA, but it was, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe, 10 to 15 years ago, there were several years in a row there where, we bowled, a bunch of games to qualify, then we did a cut, we did a huge long round robin, we bowled like 48 or 58 games, and you feel like you got really solid players on the team because they bowled a lot of games, and in general, as a bowler, I know that the more games, the cream rises to the top. But that's not what we have in WTBA competition. If we spend our time trying to figure out who the best bowler over 48 or 56 games is, it's just not going to probably won't correlate to gold medals. We need people that are able to figure out the pattern quickly, bowl on the fresh, do well on the fresh, and bowl on a variety of conditions with some maybe changing styles, ability to go to the B game and still score well using your B game. That's what we deal with out there internationally, and that's why it's important for us to do things the way we're doing them.
Rance asks in the chat, how exactly are the junior qualifiers chosen, or how do they qualify for Junior Team USA?
Well, we already have 6 boys and 6 girls that have qualified at the North Point Junior Gold Tournament, which was held last July. It's held pretty much every July. And in this tournament, we will finish that out by getting 4 more boys and 4 more girls, so it'll be 10 and 10. So how we get these 4 boys and 4 girls is the top 2 youth that are age eligible automatically make it onto the team, and then we select 2 more. So we can select based on their finish here at team trials, or a combination of here and the junior gold event from last year, and that's pretty much how we do it. So once we're done, we'll announce. You'll already know who the top 2 are, but then we'll announce the other 2 selections.
So there you go. Thanks for the question. Jeff asking about what about military guys, since we really can't get to the trials. They used to have the military tournament. We've actually had some military guys who've made the Martin Bedford made the team.
Yeah.
Number of years ago.
A few years ago, but
and,
yeah.
Obviously, I mean, I would view that as kind of like a work commitment almost, where, you know, if you're in the active duty, whatever, if you can't get here, well, you know, we wish you could be here, but definitely when you get to a point where you can make it, come on out, because we definitely love to have you bowl.
Yeah, there's nothing like having an active military bowler on Team USA. Talk about representing your country. A lot of respect from that standpoint, and most military bases around the world have a bowling center. And a few years ago, they would have their like military championships, you know, starting their bowling centers, and then they would have it alongside, or in some cases, in some years, we had it along with, you know, team trials. So they would have their military championships on the same lanes and same conditions as we were, and that was always great. But based on their schedule and everything that's going on around the world from a military standpoint, we haven't been able to do that for a few years. Jacob throws his 4th in a row there. Nice, slow ball speed, soft release. Looks really good.
Casey Shepard's off to our right. He's got the front 6 this game. I just jinxed him. He's left the 3-6-10.
Yeah, you should have held off for 10 seconds.
Should have waited a second, because he's bowling good today, plus 215.
Yep.
Thanks, Neil. Thank you, Neil, for sitting in for a few minutes, and maybe we'll check in with you again later today or tomorrow.
Yep, sounds
Okay.
good. And again, if anybody has any questions, you know, throw them out there on the live chat, or email or Facebook them to Lucas, and I'll probably be on again, and we can touch base on it.
Yep. Thank you,
All
Neil.
right.
We'll see you later.
Take care.
Neil Stremmel, USBC Managing Director of NGB. Neil stepping out here. So thanks to him for joining us for a few minutes. Always nice to have company on the broadcast. We've got about 4 or 5 frames to go here. In the 7th frame on 51 and 52, and finishing up the 5th frame on 53 and 54. You can follow along on the live scoring, live stats, results. All the links are right below the video that you are watching. Jay Futrell, nice shot there. 3 in a row for him. Question in the chat, why are people playing so far inside of it? It's 38 feet. The pattern breaks down. We're in game 6. So they've just kind of slowly moved in there as we've moved along here. Jared Mizo has been on Team USA a couple of times. Plus 59 today. That one comes up a little light, leaves the 2-5. Casey Shepard still in the lead for the day at plus 215. Michael Coffey second, plus 183. This is after 5 games. John Zerbinski in third, plus 175. Wesley Lowe is now up to 4th place on the day at plus 163. Rhino Page plus 162. Eighth frame in progress on 51 and 52. We are in the 7th frame, finishing up the 6th for Camacho here on 53 and 54. John Zerbinski, if you're looking for him on the live scoring, he is on lane 72 this game. He's on the end pair, and he's not striking very much. Alex Weaver up on the left lane, working on a double here. Started with 3 in a row, then threw a split and a double, and now another split. So in the overall standings, if the standings for this block remained the same, and they won't, but if they did, John Zerbinski would be in the lead with 27 points. Marshall Kent would be second at 66. Vince Biondo third at 69. John Janowitz fourth at 70. Nathan Board fifth at 75. But that changes frequently, so keep that in mind. We'll have a final idea after the 4th round of the standings after this game. I think it is a pretty safe bet that John Zerbinski will probably be in the lead at the end of the day. He's bowled so well today, and he's kind of struggling down the stretch here a little bit. Shot 194 last game, and he's on a 194 pace this game. But it should still be enough to keep him in the lead and probably have a little bit of room for error tomorrow, although not a lot. John's still going to be looking at a top 20 finish probably to lock himself in the top 3 for the step ladder, I would assume. Whitewater coach asking when the last time somebody won the Team USA trials back-to-back. And on the women's side, Shannon Plahowski won it in 2001, 2003, 2004. I think that's when they changed the year, but she won it 3 times in a row. And that was the last time that somebody won it back-to-back. Danielle McEwen certainly has an opportunity to do that on the women's side this year, leading coming into today. I don't think anybody has won it back-to-back on the men's side. Someone asking what the Y stands for on the scores. That is a youth bowler, and they're eligible for spots on Junior Team USA. The women are coming up about an hour and a half from now, so be sure to tune in for that. Macho got that one a little right. Lucky to not leave the split. Casey Shepard finished the day with a 251 game. So I think it looks pretty good for Casey Shepard to be right up there at the top of the standings at the end of the day for the daily standings, the round 4 only. I think he probably just locked it up with that 251 game. He was 32 pins ahead of second, so Michael Coffey would need to shoot 280 something to get there. I hear some people in the across the bowling center starting to get excited. And it was Kyle King letting out a shout after something down there, and I think it's starting to get a little tense towards the end of this block, as every point really counts, and these final shots are very important for some of these guys in this game as they try to make a move up as far up the standings as they can to get as few points as possible. Strike King says, Lucas, can I buy you a hot dog? You've been there a while. I have been here a while. I'm going to go get some Subway here in just a minute once they finish up this game. Luckily, there's a Subway right in this casino here, so it's right down the hall. 10th frame on this pair, 51 and 52. Willie Thomas shoots 162. Nick Adams can shoot 190 if he makes that spare strikes on the fill. They're in the 9th frame on 53 and 54. Jarrett Mizo, 9th frame. We're trying to get a double here. 10 pin stays up. Jay Futrell enters the 10th frame working on 5 strikes in a row and can strike out for 258 this game. John Zerbinski has been struggling a little bit this game on lane 72, but he's finished pretty well. Throw 3 strikes down the stretch, and he'll be in the 2 teens at least. And if he strikes on his second one in the 10th, they get in the 220s. Jay Futrell with that 8 pin, looking at 237 if he strikes on the fill. Wesley Edwards can strike out for 190. 10th frame just started here. Andrew Anderson can max at 247 this game. He already struck on his first one in the 10th. Darren Young, 10th frame, working on 3 in a row, can get to 227. Fill ball here for Jay. Ends up shooting 236, put him at 60 over for the day. John Zerbinski shot 213 last game. That'll bring down his average a bit. He was averaging 235 today. think he's probably still looking at a top 10 finish for the day, but he was in third. He's going to drop a little bit, I bet. To wait for the final standings to see. Andrew Anderson struck out for 247. Good day for him. Women coming up in a little bit over an hour from now. So be sure to come back for the start of the women's squad at about 2 p.m. Pacific time. David Schwartz leaves a 10-pin. He'll shoot 192 if he can cover that up. Aaron Young, 214. Jarrett Mizo can strike out for 216. Yep, sounds right. Gets the first one in the 10th. Andrew Anderson had a great day. He finishes at plus 133, it looks like. It's a good day for him. Kyle King struck out for 246 this game, and John Janowicz shot 234. That should help those guys a little bit. Janowicz was 18th coming into that game, and Kyle King was 39th, so that may move them up a bit. They both strike out of the 10th to potentially pick up some ground. Camacho will finish things out for us here in this men's fourth round. Working on a strike and max at 249 this game. And now he's looking at 229 if he makes the spare and fills it up in the final shot. And he chops it, so that is going to bring to an end this fourth round in the men's division here on our featured pair. So be sure to check the standings. They'll be updated as soon as they come out. Jacob Camacho finishes at 215. And be sure to join us here in about an hour and 20 minutes with the start of the women's squad.